Hello everyone. It's a sad morning. It's a sad morning for today. I reached into my fruit bowl to grab a pear and it was so squishy. I like squished through it. And so we're looking a bit pearless. Can we get some F's in the chat for my for my lost pear? I was so excited to eat it. Womp womp. Good morning. Good morning. Hi everyone. It's so good to see you in these sad trying times. W. What the? What do you mean W? Bro. Oh my goodness. This is so messed up. I will say here I have a wireless headset. Um And so I, while I was like making my gamer subs for stream, I heard I heard the hero boom and it made me laugh. So, at least there's that. That was kind of awesome. Thank you for your gay little bitty. And also, hi, Broly. Thank you so much for following last night from Hero Stream. That's so sweet of you. How's everyone's morning going so far? Better eat Exodia, the forbidden one. Hmm. I see. I don't know who that is. Is that a magic card or a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Unfortunately, the only magic cards I'm aware of are the shoot. I don't remember what the set's called. The Lord of the Rings set. I wish I remember what it was called. I like those cards, and I like Pokemon cards, and I like Lorcana cards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Eat the squishy pear. Oh, it's already in the garbage can. I think I'd probably get sick if I ate that pear. It was not looking excellent. Surprised I got first, so wasn't expecting that on my first watch of Cinnamon stream. Yo, congrats on getting first. Thank you so much. You were alert. You were alert. Pears continue their being a massive disappointment. Yo, that yeah. Thank you for the bits. That's so sweet of you. Pears are not $3. Pears are like, how much are they? I want to say 70 cents, but they might have gone up to like 89 cents. My goodness, I can buy 3 pears. Thank you. Thank you, Zora. Exodia is from Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh. You guys like Yu-Gi-Oh? You guys all know ball? I don't know ball. I went to sleep. What's stopping you? I think everybody should go to sleep if if you're sleepy. Even if you're at work, surely nobody will notice. Heads up, drop your Wordle starting word right now, mister. Oh shoot. I don't have like a specific one. I just do random ones. I don't know. I'm fond of horse. My grandma told me to use audio because it has a lot of vowels, and I did that before, but I get bored doing the same thing over and over. I woke up the bird, said the doggo, studied math or maths, and got up from a mini nap. Yo, so productive. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Suffering from success, I truly am. The emotional cost of pears is far greater than the cost of money. Yo, why are you guys like such bad pear haters? Hold on, let me make a poll. Pear? No. Yes. Okay, please tell me if you like pears or not. Song request XG rock the boat. Okay, I got you. Is that the title? When I search up XG rock the boat, it comes up with something ain't right. Is that it? Is that it? Penis? That's your starting word? That's so that's so on brand for you. Let's go. Why did three people already say they don't like pears? Guys, This is messed up. I'm ending stream. Oh no, that isn't it. Uh, I'm lost. Where's my peak song at? Crying emoji. Is it not on Spotify? Is this? I'm gonna thank you. Sorry, I'm not locked in right now. Oh, is this? This is not available, Hero Hum. It says recommended based on this song, but there's no play button. I'm getting I'm getting bamboozled right now. Um 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 I'm sorry, Pookie. I don't know. Like when you like search something on Netflix and it's like, oh, we know what movie you're talking about. We don't have it though. That's what Spotify's doing fo today. I'm so sorry. You'll have to sing it to me. If you stream today, I'll redeem Hero Oki and then you can sing it to me. I think that would be so awesome. Is it because I'm in Futureland? Oh, is it like did it release today? Maybe. Maybe. It's the 22nd for me, so maybe I'm a chud. I don't know. Sigh. Doesn't come out until tomorrow for us? Wow, it's so over. It's so over. No pair, no song. Feeling soggy for today. I can give a box points. You can. You still can. Check this out. Wow, pretty cool, huh? Oh, hold on. My Steam's updating. Smirk emoji. Sorry, I'm so unprepared. I was also quite late to stream, but don't tell anyone. Hold on, I'm opening the game. Oh, that's my Steam. Didn't know we were on Docs View Flow today. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm fixing it. Don't even worry. Telling everyone. I'm gonna tell the police. Bro, I don't think the police cares if I'm late to stream, surely. Unless any of you are police officers. That's kind of a funny visual. Imagine imagine you call 911 and they're watching X Cinnamon Fox X. Okay, hold on. We don't need this spoiler thing. Guys, just hang on 1 second. Please just gamble and don't look at what's going on my screen yet. Okay, we're playing in English. Wow, this game is in early access. Okay, hold on. We're pausing Spotify. Everyone say bye, Taemin. Bye. Okay. This game looks so cute. Oh, you can't hear it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, how's that? Can you hear it? Oh, I don't think you can hear it. Hold on. Fox Girl Streamer Police cares? Fox Girl Streamer Police. Yo, the Fox Girl Streamer Police. Um, um, um. I hope they get budget cutted. What's going on here? It says my card is you're better than your card.exe is in my game audio, but it's not showing up as green. Time for stickers? Wait, is this a sticker game? I already told everyone it's a card game. Or is there card and stickers? My mods? My, my mods do not police me. What the hell? I beat up all my mods. Okay, say hi to Taemin again. You can listen to him while I figure this out. Might not play audio unless you're tabbed in. Oh wait, that's smart. Can you hear this? I don't think you can hear this. Is a card game you make your own cards by putting stickers on them. Card and sticker game. Sticker game is a genre that exists? I hope so. Wait, that's so cute. What a good concept. Okay, hold on. Do you want to hear my entire desktop audio? Oh my goodness. Oh, thanks to that. Okay. Can you hear this? Oh, thank you. That's so awesome. It's so Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Eat a pear. Aw, Broly, you went broke already. This is so sad. Okay. I think we're good. Cute music though. Everything about this game seems quite cute. Oh, I'm home. I could have sworn I was in the car coming back home from Grandpa's and Grandma's when I fell asleep. How did I end up in my own bed? Life's full of mysteries. But it's summer. What should I do today? Go swimming? Catch bugs? Play dragons in the castle? Go bike racing? So much to do. Are you awake? Come and eat breakfast. Okay. Wait, broken fox points twice? Oh no. Oh dear. Well, surely it wouldn't happen a third time. I wonder if Amit's already awake. I'm gonna go ask him to play after this. I'm done. I'm gonna go play with Amit. Hey, something about your mom saying breakfast is ready and then it's like a bowl of cereal is so funny. Like we couldn't pour our own bowl of cereal. Have fun! Good morning, son! Grandma and Grandpa's house was fun. I need to tell Amit all about it. Knock knock. Well, good morning. Hi, can Amit come to play? He's in the backyard. So you can go ask him. Okay. So cute. This better be some Lisa Frank realness, I swear. Unfortunately, I don't think it has that slay factor. But it is still really cute. Where are the cards? We're getting to them. Be patient. Hi, Amit. Oh, hi, you're back. Look, he's got him right here. Yeah, Grandpa's and Grandma's place was so much fun. They had tadpoles in the pond, and the tadpoles grew legs, and they will become frogs. Is this a normal thing kids talk about? Hey, what are you doing with the stickers? This is a super fun card game. We've been playing this together with everyone. What? Teach me. I want to play too. Sure. You can borrow my cards and I'll show you. It's so cute. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, let's play. Okie dokie. Let me show you how to play. I'm gonna play this card. Wow. These are some blank-looking cards. If you would want to have some extra time to read exactly what's on my cards when I play them, you can enable this option. This is written so weird. When enabled, it will stop cards played by your opponent in the middle of your screen until you click anywhere on the screen. Would you like to enable it? Yeah. Yeah. Gimbal 1? Yo, you won 1 box plate! This is so awesome! Oh wait, hold on. I think the game audio fixed itself. Go off a desktop. Okay. I think that's better. Look, my brain is having a duel with migraine. So sorry. Oh no. I hope your brain comes out on top. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the lurk. I guess they'll work too. At the beginning of every turn, you can choose between taking an extra candy or an extra card. You get one of each anyway. Choose a card for now, or candy if you want. Who typed this? Hi Shrimp, thanks for the bonk. Does it come out? I hope so too. See that card I played with the star? If you look at your cards, you can see what the stickers do on the bottom half of the card. Each sticker has their own effect. Okay. To play a card, you need to have enough candy. You can see on the cards how much candy it needs. Okay. Play cards by dragging them to the middle like this. So cute. Doubt it, they're going at it for a week now. Would like for it to come out so I can swap in for it. Oh, what would you put in there instead? If you could have any object be like in your noggin in place of your brain, what would you choose? I think a Kirby plushie would be kind of awesome. Or like a hamster. Maybe like a pear. Wow! Hi Yuki, good morning! Well played. You can play more cards if you want, and then when you're done with your turn, you can end it with this button in the bottom right corner of the screen. Come on, let me play already. Okay. Yeah, I got 3 stars. Is it 10 stars to win? This is like Lurkana if you squint. Now let's see who has more stars. Your stars and my stars will cancel each other out. If either of us has any stars left after that, it gets added as points to their fave bar. Okay. Interesting. My dog is taking up most of my bed. I'll come be cozy. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. What kind of dog do you have? Mushy pear brain? Oh. Why would you want that? That sounds awful. I go lurk. Thank you for your lurk. The fave bar will go back and forth like tug-of-war. The one who reaches the opponent's end of the fave bar first has proved that their cards are much cooler and wins the battle. Okay. Fever. Oh my goodness. A lot of mechanics. Fever points added to the fever bar. They still increase the fever multiplier once the fever bar is full. Okay. You'd have honeycombs with milk in your head and you wiggle around and feel the milk move. That would be fun for like 4 minutes, and then they'd get soggy and it would probably feel really bad. I'm afraid I have an intense need to play a game that looks like this, but it's horror. I don't know of any games like that. I guess you have to play Paper Lily again. Okay. Some stickers also affect the fever bar, like this one I just played. The fever multiplier will multiply our stars before they get added to the fave bar. Have you guys seen those TikToks where it's like, this is what goes on in my head when somebody's explaining a complicated board game, and then it's just like a picture of a bunny? That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Like, I'm sure the game isn't hard, but it sounds so complicated. Should pour it out in a bowl and achieve ultimate head empty? Why would I pour it out? I feel like if you have honeycombs as part of you, you gotta keep it, right? The one on my bed is a Pitbull Terrier. The other doggo is a German Shepherd. That's so cute. That's so cute. I love German Shepherds. My mama has a German Shepherd. Her name is Jade. Guess you gotta play Pony Island. Paper Lily Mansion. Yeah, I love Paper Lily. Truly one of the best games of all time. Okay. It's just tug of war? Okay. That's good. Oh, we got fish. Hi, Georgie. Thank you for your lurk. I mean, like the round, sweet, cutesy, tootsie art style. Are there any games like that? I don't know. I don't know. Someone should make one. I probably wouldn't play it, but someone should make one anyway. Okay. I think I'm getting mogged on. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention to the instructions. Yeah. See, I understand the star system. The fever is a little confusing. I just added some tokens. They're the fish swimming around the field. Aren't they cute? There are many different types of tokens. They each have their own effects, which are explained on the cards, and if you hover the token icons above. They can also be used with other stickers. See the other you just pulled? Try that out. Okay. Paper Lily and Pony Island are both great, but I don't think they really fit the bill. Man, I want to play Pony Island. Lastly, we both can have toys that do cool stuff. You can hover the toys to see what they do. Your toys will do their thing and activate on their own when their conditions are met. Now let's play. Toys? I guess maybe we don't have a toy at the moment. Oh, I don't have enough candy. Sigh. Oh. Okay, Slay. I think he was going easy on me. That felt really crazy. You're pretty good. I'm awesome. This is so much fun. Right? It's so cool. So, everyone's playing this? I can play with others too? Yeah, Min and Daniel play too. And Laura, and I think Sophia, and everyone plays. I can't wait to play with everyone. Here, look at this. Cute. This is so precious. We're gonna have our very own awesomest super card tournament in 3 weeks. We're gonna play together to see who's the bestest. Oh, I want to go too. I need to practice a lot before that. For that, you'll need your own cards. You can have a couple of my old decks to get you started. Sounds fun. We can play on normal. Okay, this deck is filled with twinkling stars. It's a great choice for a beginner or someone looking for a simple start. Oh, and this one is brimming with bugs! Beginner friendly, but you'll need to use your bugs wisely to get the most out of them. I like bugs. What should I do today? Time to choose what to do today. You can pick between 2 different schedules for today. First thing in the morning, let's go meet up with a friend for a card battle. After that, there's activities that help you improve your deck in different ways. Hover over them to learn more. And lastly, it's time to craft when you get back home. Here you can freely make changes to your cards and stick those cool new stickers you found during the day. Toy box flea market? Or treasure hunt? Oh. I like toy box, but treasure hunt sounds more exciting. Yubbie! Oog. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 20-stream streak! That's so nice of you! That's new before you had to start with relax? Oh. What can I say? They just know I'm a gamer. Okay. Red flower candy. What a good list. I think My German Shepherd, her name is Penny, is part Corgi. He's the height of a shepherd. Or sorry, has the height of a shepherd, but chonky like a corgi. That is so hard to imagine. I feel like usually when I see dog breeds that are mixed with corgis, they're quite like stubby. They're short and stubby and chunky. Wait, I don't know. It's kind of funny to imagine like a really tall little guy who's just a chonker. That's so cute. Okay. Bug tokens. Okay. We didn't say hi to this guy or anything. Just straight to battle. One snake. Convert one bug into 3 stars. At the end of a turn up to 1 times. I think that sounds good. Got a lot of bug tokens. Cute! Hold on, I'm gonna move over slightly. I don't like that I'm on the game. Maybe that's fine. Okay. So cute! Slurped it up. Okay. He's got a star. Oh, you got a star and a bug token. I guess we share the bug tokens. That's kind of nice. Add 2 bugs. Gain 1 candy from each bug up to 4. Oh, that seems good. I'm not a big fan of the little poop icon, but I guess whatever works. Okay. I wonder what happens when you run out of cards. I assume it just shuffles back in. I think in some card games, if you run out of cards, you just you just die on the spot. But hopefully it's not like that. Put 1 bug into a card up to 2 times. Okay. I think we just win. Wow, Daniel got Daniel got mogged on. You win. It's so cute. We got 16 coins too. Okay. Does this mean I have to only have 2 bugs? Or could I have 3 bugs and that still work? I'm not sure what this token is. I'll go for the mantis. It's a cute little guy. Let's go. It matches my background. Wow. A fried egg. Oh. A little macaw? Oh, we just we just skip all day. Yippee! I can't wait to put so many stickers on my cards. Okay. Got a card? Okay. Time for some crafting before bedtime. You can drag and drop stickers to cards. Then that card will have that sticker's effect. They can also be rotated with the mouse wheel. Okay. You can also freely move stickers around between cards and your sticker book. They're easily removable. Grab the sticker effect text and drag it to the spot you want if you want to change the order of the effects. The more stickers a card has, the more candy it costs to play. Each sticker on a card increases the candy cost by 1, though there are also special stickers that are free. Cards can also have no stickers at all. Isn't that crazy? If you leave an empty card on the crafting table, it will still be added to your deck. Okay. You can click on your sticker book to hide or unhide it to have more space for crafting. Whoa. That bird sticker is based off a scarlet macaw. I feel like the only macaw I know is the scarlet macaw because of there is an episode of Go Diego Go that had one. Like, I know there's blue ones as well, but I could not tell you what those ones are called. Use mouse wheel to browse through your deck at the bottom of your screen. Drag cards from your hand on the table to edit them. Stickers can also be edited. Clicking on this button or using right mouse button on a sticker enables sticker editing mode. Try things out as much as you want. You can always change it up later. Okay, now let's create some awesome cards. Okay. Okay, add 3 shields. Protects other tokens on your side. Oh, I thought the tokens were shared. Okay. Free. Reduce candy cost by 1. Well, that seems good. We make the cards cheaper. This reminds me of Inscription where you, you, like, build the card for someone else and send it over. Convert exactly 2 bugs into 6 stars. Oh my goodness. Add 1 bird. Echo next 1 sticker activations. Activations. Sticker effects count as activated when they are fully resolved. So if I put these 2 on here, it would do this twice? I assume that's what that means. There's like 19 macaw species, and a fair bit are blue. Oh, I didn't know there were so many. I'm thinking one that's like blue with like yellow on his tummy. I feel like I see that one around a lot, but I don't know what he's called. My friend told me about this game once. He described it as, "My bullshit is more bullshit than yours, so I win." That's so awesome. It's exactly the kind of game I want to be playing right now. Also, good morning, Osa. I hope you're doing well. So putting a candy sticker just like makes it free, huh? Sticker editing. Scale the stickers to be bigger or smaller. Okay, and we can also mirror it. Okay. Oh my goodness, so many things. Some tokens are shared, others aren't. The tokens in the middle are shared. Okay. Well, I guess I've only seen ones in the middle. I assume the bugs are shared. Blue and gold macaw? Are all the macaws just named after what colors they are? That's so awesome. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, so much information. They really want you to be able to make it look how you want. Wait, I want it to look like he's holding this. Where's the scale button? Is this scale? Ugh. Oh yeah. This is this is so big. I'll put a lot. I guess I don't know that much about birds. Kind of awesome. I play my pink fox with honeycomb sticker. I clearly win. What would that one do? What would that one do? Is it just like an insta you win the game? Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Okay. All done. Wait, did that save my card? I thought that was the save button. Oh, okay, it's saved. Slay. Already fought Daniel, so let's see what this guy's up to. Elias? Elias? Oh wait, it's a little cat fella. So cute. Add 1 cat. Cancel opponent's next played card. Oh, that kind of is mean. Gain 3 stars and increase this effect by 1 up to 4. This is kind of crazy. The Catboy's mogging on me. Gives other cards a head empty sticker. Beautiful. Like even your own cards or just for your opponent? That's kind of awesome. 2 bug. Wait, was that? Why didn't it convert both of them? Okay. I love the tuxedo cat. Totally not biased. It's so nice. It's such a long fella. I need more bugs for this to work out nicely for me, I think. Where are my little bugs at? This game's art is so nice. It is. I like that there's no black outlines. Gain 1 candy, then draw 1 card. Sheesh. Add 3 shields. On loose favor, remove 3 shields. Or remove shields instead. Okay. For every card that is not a pink fox? That's crazy. I just make everyone unusable. Yo. Slaying. I get to the Quavius Jonathan seal of approval. DJ, I'm not sure who that is, but I'm glad we got a seal of approval. Okay. I think I'm doing okay. When is the part where you eat a card instead of a bear? Listen, we're getting to that. We're getting to that. We're only like an hour into stream. You gotta be patient. If anyone has an Exodia card, please hit me up. That's the one I was recommended to eat. It's just the first 2 names that come to mind for DJ that are... What? That's the first name that comes to mind? That's the most chaotic thing I've ever heard in my whole life. That's so awesome. Is DJ's real name for real? He's just being slick about it. He's like, yeah, that's not my name. After he, like, accidentally fumbled. My name is Dilsey John. Yo! What an interesting one. Exodia has multiple cards? Shoot. What about Exodia the Destroyer? Do you have that one? Does anybody have that card? Raise your hands. I like the sugar glider. Gain 3 stars and increases effect. Okay, I think the increase effect thing, the umbrella, parasol, I think that's just Inscription Ouroboros, maybe. Maybe, perhaps. What is that? Gain 1 star from each shield up to 5. This is literally Inahasu, I think. I think maybe. I used to have all the Exodia cards when I was a kid, but then I lost my whole Yu-Gi-Oh collection moving houses. What? Like the movers lost it? That's horrible. That's so over. Okay. Bugs. Sadly, I only have a math mech deck for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There's math in Yu-Gi-Oh? Aw, hell nah. They're making the kids do math. I really like this snake. That's so precious. My dad said they were devil cards. What? Like, actually, that's crazy. I don't know. Like, imagine for a minute with me. Imagine that you are the devil. Like, you are literally Satan. And your game plan is children's playing cards. I don't know. That's so interesting to me. I'm so glad no one threw them off a boat. A boat? Does that happen? Is that part of the lore? Oh, I forgot. Whatever card I played first, I guess got countered and I did not notice for real. I just watched Pulp Fiction in 4K. UHD raw, unencoded, lossless, and also Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, and I think I'm in love with Uma Thurman now. Help? Help me in love with Uma Thurman. It's a natural state for all humans. Wait, that's so cute. DJ, after you watched the Pulp Fiction, like, did you delete it to save storage, or is that just like on your computer forever now, taking up 80 gigabytes? That happens in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, I think? Oh. Is it a bad thing? What if the crabs at the bottom of the ocean wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Now they can. Uma Thurman looks like a cat in Pulp Fiction. Like straight up a cat. In a good way? To be fair, they fought some form of Satan like at least 3 times in Yu-Gi-Oh. What's up, motorcycles? What? What is Yu-Gi-Oh even about, bro? That's kind of awesome. I don't know, I never really understood I don't know, the argument for like things that children do being satanic. Like D&D, I don't know. What a silly concept. Do I win? Fever times 2. I don't even know where the fever came from. It's like I had to download it on my mom's laptop. She had 150 gigabytes remaining. After I downloaded it, came half of that. The computer kind of slowed down to the curl. Oh. Well. Was she chill with it, or does she not know what happened? Her son just downloaded a movie without her knowledge, and she's like, man, why is my computer so slow today? Split all candy evenly between all players, then gain one. I think this puppy is probably better for what I'm doing. 5Ds? Yes, in 5Ds? It was when the British one was having an existential crisis. There's a British character in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think I can play Yu-Gi-Oh! She never knew! Yo, uninstall it. Your poor mama. A cool sticker shop. You earn some coins from that card battle in the morning. You could use those coins to buy new stickers here. You can also sell your own stickers from your sticker book to earn some extra coins. Just click on the sticker book and drag the stickers over to the sell area. I don't think I like this. The other stuff is good though. Gain 3 candy. Increase favor by 4. Oh, and it's free. That's nice. Gain stars equal to candy cost. Oh no. Remove all stars and all unprotected tokens. Why would you do that? If favor multiplier is 3 or more, candy cost is reduced by 3. Otherwise increased by 3. And these are some not fun things. I like this one. It's free. Dragon most OP sticker. The FU button. Use it when your opponent is in the lead. It resets the board state. I don't think it's really good for my build though. If it gets rid of the tokens. Because I'm supposed to be getting little bugs. You know, it reminds me of it reminds me of a Hearthstone Nether portal. I don't know. Maybe I'm too confident in myself, but I feel like I wouldn't want that. Wait until you fight the Kaiju girl. You learn why the dragon is OP. I don't know. I guess I'll learn the hard way. I don't know, because it's also like, if I don't need it, I don't want to draw a card like that and have it just sitting. Oh. I like the look of this sticker. I don't want to remove my tokens though. Gain 3 stars. Gain 2 candy. Guess I'll take this bug to protect my other bugs. I don't know if there's anything else I use my coins for. What? I said you have to have a dragon, actually. Okay. I guess that worked out. Flea market. Yeah! Oh, this... They're like pre-made cards. Whoever made these cards did not put a lot of love into the sticker placement. Can it start from each shield? I like these two. I don't know, I'm not really trying to go for that many shields though. We have 6 candy from opponent. Gain 4 stars. Hold to decrease this effect by 1. Oh, so if you can't afford it, it gets worse. play. Both players draw cards until both have 3 in hand. Man, maybe I played too many card games. So many of these things I'm like, oh, this is just like Jeeves and Hearthstone. Huh. Go for this one. I don't think I'm gonna keep it like that, but it's a lot of stickers. The Bazaar is great for getting good stickers cheap, but the downside is it adds extra cards to your deck. Oh, I didn't think about that. I guess there's not a way to, like, remove your cards, huh? They said they said even if there's no stickers, the card is still added to your deck. Okay, next one, sticker activations. Why would that even be last? Okay, I don't want you on there. I want to convert everything. I want this little frog to be on his head, but I wish he could be smaller. Is there a cycle center where you can get rid of cards, but it needs to come up as an event? Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. Okay, this one looks good. I need something to generate more tokens. I have lots of token convert. Oh, that one's good. Add a bug and 3 things. I don't like this thing. Get him out of here. Can I make this frog so big that it just covers him up? That would be nice, I think. Yummy! Okay. Gotta make him pretty. Get 1 candy from each bug up to 4. Okay. I guess since you can take the stickers off freely, there's no reason to not put some of these on things. Okay, looks good. One bug into 3 stars. Gain 3 stars. Echo. Maybe we put the macaw with the snake. Make him a little smaller, so you can see his pretty tail. Sorry, I'm really really focused here. Okay, that looks good. Oh, I guess I don't want anything that costs a whole bunch. For 1 token in the 2 stars up to 2 times. Maybe just like get rid of the basic star sticker. Okay, I think this is all good. It's a nice looking deck. Okay. Good morning. Oh wow. We just fight a bunch of people. Toy box craft. New market medium shop treasure hunt craft. Well, I only have 6 coins, so maybe going to shops isn't as good as just fighting a bunch of people. Yippee! Man, I wish I had a pair. It's a bug. It's a bug. Okay. I need a dragonfly sticker. That one looks good. Fabulous. Wait, when did Daniel get good? I thought I was sweeping the floor with him. Hi cuties, how is everyone? I'm doing pretty good. So far so good. How are you? I haven't done that much today. My day's kind of just starting, but it's been really nice so far. Plus, I'm excited for February, bro. Like, dude, you're gonna slay in that outfit? I already know. It's hush hush though, so I'm not gonna faff too much. DJ, sometimes you say stuff and it makes me feel like I'm 200 years old. Like, I'm not really sure what faff means. But yeah, the outfit, the outfit's gonna be really, really cute. Big things coming for sure. Big things with mixed salsa coming for sure. Smirk emoji. I'm bad because I'm sick. I'm sick, but also good because I got to stay at home. Aw, I'm so sorry you're sick. Did you catch the flu? I know quite a few of my friends got the flu recently. I think it's been spreading around. Faff is from 300 years ago. You wouldn't know. It's okay though. Aw, man. What outfit? Aw, you didn't even look at my announcements channel, did you? Sigh. It's okay. I forgive you just this once. Flu indeed. Aw. Man, I hope you get some soup. That really sucks. I hope you're cozy. I hope it gets better so soon. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Well, this is not looking pretty good. But I got bugs, which is kind of nice. Hype, yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Pretty exciting stuff. I'm low-key scared of Daniel. Meow, meow, meow. Hi, Kaya. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Oh, this is looking so not good whatsoever. I slept. That's so ominous. I slept. Oh, okay. Give me new cards. Okay. Maybe everything is okay. Maybe everything's okay. Maybe it could be worse. I need my snake. I need my snake and then everything will be good. Kaya actually mouse? I feel like I've heard Kaya meow before. I don't know. Maybe it's just like because I know his voice that I can like imagine it really well, but I feel like I can distinctly hear in my head Kaya going, meow. Okay, give me that. Fabulous. And this one. Select up to 2 tokens to remove. It feels bad to have to choose them. Goodbye, little bugs. I slept. But that's so ominous. What? I hope it was horizontally. Wait, this is so cute. Convert 1 bug into 3 stars and add a bug. Man. I'm getting logged on. I want a snake. Meow meow. Candy, please. How does this game work exactly? So it's like wait, that's so precious. So you get a deck of cards and they have stickers on them. And at the end of each day, you can change your cards by like adding more stickers or like editing your stickers. And you're basically just trying to like make the most good cards. And then you go against these other little kids that also did the same thing, I guess. But the deck I'm playing is based around all these little bugs. And it's pretty awesome. These like little linked up snakes are so cute. Little Gemini snakes. Okay. Okay, I think I'm doing good. It's first to 45 and I'm at 16. Congratulations, Frost! You have won the following award. World's most strange gamer! Yo! Splingus. What is that supposed to mean? I don't think I'm that strange. I feel like coming from you, I don't know. Something's afoot. I think you're a little more strange than me, right? What? Rigged? Rigged. Everything is always rigged against me. Sigh. My life is so hard and I didn't get to eat a pear today. Big up, Strangeroid. Yo! You mean coming from you, Sketch's chin? I don't know. I don't know. You have a certain aura that I would say is a bit eccentric. Being strange is normal? Oh. I feel like that's something that you would see on like a little art print if you went to the store called Earthbound. Here's ew! Oh wait, I didn't even look at the results of the poll I did forever ago. View results. Yo, 4 people said they don't like pears and 3 people said they did. I guess if I voted in it, I would have said yes to pears, so then it would have been tied. But still, that's kind of surprising. I thought everybody liked pears. I'm normal. That's what I would say too if I wasn't. Why is all the chat pear hater? I don't know. They literally just taste like apples, but better textured. Pears are mid at best. Mods. Mods, blow up Splingus. Not his house, just like him. Put a little firecracker in his ear. Okay, sorry, I'm locked in. Add a snake. What happens if I already have a snake? Oh, it's him. Well, what happens if he already has a snake? Do we have 2 snakes? Yo! That is so unfair. Girl, they wish they tasted like apples. No, they don't. They're better than apples by a lot, actually. This one looks cute. It's so cute. The art is so good. I quite like it. Okay, we're increasing our fever. When it gets past the bar, does that make it times 3, I guess? Good pears are good. The problem is that 95% of pears are garbage. Comparing them to apples is sacrilege. Okay, admittedly, I don't eat as many apples. Like, I would say I have a pear a week. And as far as apples go, maybe like an apple a month. But I think I've had more worse apples than I have, like, worse pears. I don't know. I feel like pears are consistently good. The only issue is, like, sometimes they're a little squishy, but, like, the taste makes up for it. But, like, apples, I don't know. And they bruise so easily. I don't know. I like pears a lot better. I was talking about the fox girl in the corner. Classic Swinky. Aw, man. Aw, man. Sigh. It's fine. He can have it. I'm sure he looks nice today. Go eat a Honeycrisp apple. Man, that's another thing. Pears are so cheap. And, like, you can get apples for cheap, but if you want, like, the really good banger, like, cosmic apples or, like, the Honeycrisp apples, you have to pay over $1 for one fruit. That's crazy. And they're not, like, that much better to where it's worth it. Like, I'd rather eat my little 80% pear and have a better time than pay, like, $1.12 for a Honeycrisp apple. And it's like just, you know, B tier at best. Oh. I feel like this would be good, maybe. Yo, this demon just called me, quote, eccentric, unquote. Do you agree? Demon Fox Demonoid is crazy. Do you see any horns on my head? I don't think so. Card battle. Oh. Better do that twice more, huh? Hey, I found this cool tree in the forest. Wanna go check it out later together? Together later? Yeah, let's go after this game. Man, a whole forest and there's only one cool tree? I wear my Silent Hill 2 jacket today and a clean pair of jeans. I look so dapper, yo! Silent Hill 2 jacket. Does it, like, have the logo on it? Or, like, what does that look like? Honeycrisps are a bit more expensive, but entirely worth it? No. Y'all are still on Honeycrisp? Get on Fuji's? Get on Cosmic Crisp? Cosmic Crisps are the worst offenders. Those are the most expensive apples you can find. And it's like, yeah, they're good, but they're not that good. You hide your horns using classic boss spells? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's onto me. Mods! Mods, blow this guy up. Bugs! Bugs! Slurp. Shout out AppleRankings.com. I be on that site constant. Is that real? Is that a real website? That's kind of awesome. I tried them both. They're good, but I find them a bit mealier more often than I like. Honeycrisps have better consistency. Guys, just eat pears. I don't know what to tell ya. The pears are so much better. The textures are always better. The taste is like a little better. I don't know. I'm on pear gang. I'm a ride or die pear gang enjoyer. My classic Silent Hill 2 jacket has a big old pyramid head on the front, the letter transcript from the opening of the game, along with Polaroids of the town on the back. And Silent Hill cult symbols all along the sleeves. Yo! That sounds so fancy. I didn't know you were swagged out like that. Sheesh. I'm going crazy sicko mode. If I was in the Garden of Eden, Snake wouldn't have to convince me too much. It's just so fucking hard. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess you're valid for that. I would just way rather have a pair. Fellas, I'll settle this at once. Cantaloupe! What? No. Melons are the worst, like, genre of fruit that anyone has ever invented. They're so watery. They're so watery. Not sweet enough at all. Wait, check this out. Snake build. Cantaloupe is good and much better than pears, but apples are still better than cantaloupe. Wrong! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Bots! That's what I'm saying. All you little melon heads. I don't know. I'm afraid you're a bit misguided. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. I just never am. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Cantaloupe kinda... yeah, do you guys remember when, like, flavored water was, like, becoming, like, a really big thing? And not, like, super flavored water, like Hints or, like, LaCroix. Like, that genre of flavored water was just, like, a little bit fruity. You know? That's what melons feel like to me. It's like if you if you ask somebody to, like, make a fruit based off of, like, their memories of what they think a fruit should be, but then also they, like, ran out of sugar halfway through. Not optimal. Not optimal whatsoever. Is someone bringing up melons in comparison to an apple? Y'all tripping? Are apples genuinely, like, your guys' favorite? It's a little surprising. Oh man, I have no tokens to convert. My snakes are eating nothing. That's okay. I think I will win. Apple is literally the most important fruit of all time, bar none, and at least top 10 fruit. Is top 10 fruit even that good? I don't know. 10 is kind of like a big canyon. Big up melons, big up licorice, big up alternative water drinks. I love those drinks, Frost. You are no. They're so... I don't know. It's like commit to one. Either drink some fruit juice or drink some water. Don't put like one little pipette droplet of fruit juice in my water and then make me wish I was drinking fruit juice instead. Come on now. I could have 4 snakes. I need more token generation. Apples are the superior fruit. I have one almost every day. They are good. I will say they're good fruit to like have on hand. They're quite portable, quite easy to eat. I think I just killed this kiddo. Yippee! I don't know, that's how I feel about pears. Like they're really easy to eat and they're really easy to have on hand. I don't think they're like necessarily my favorite. Like I really like lemons, but if you want to eat a lemon, it's a whole production because you gotta like cut it and peel it. But a pear, you just chomp. USA doctors? I'm horribly addicted to sody pop, so sparkling water with mild flavors are my only hope of quitting it. Like, that's understandable. That's understandable. But I don't know. I don't know. The carbonation makes me feel sad. I don't know. Who TF eats a raw lemon? Yo! Lemons are good! Lemons are so good. I love lemons. But like I said, it's a bit of a production. You know? They're not as carefree as a pear. Discard up to 3 cards, sinking 2 stars for each card discarded. Wait, that's so good. Wait, this Firefire is going crazy. Okay, give me a card, please. Let's hear monkey opinion on the matter. Okay. About fruit? Alright. Here's Monsley's fruit opinions. Wow. He likes bananas, I guess. I guess... Guess we're all wrong. We should be eating more bananas. I haven't had a banana in a little... Sorry. In a little while. I think it's been like 2 weeks since I had a banana. Kinda sad, huh? It's okay. I'm going grocery shopping today. I'll get a banana. Okay. Where my little tokens at? Bananas are very tasty. They are very tasty. For some reason, if I eat banana when I'm hungry, it kind of makes my tummy hurt. Like, it doesn't actually fill me up. It just made my tummy hurt. But if you're, like, only half hungry, then it's pretty good. I had a banana split not too long ago with sprinkles! Yo! Oh my goodness. I haven't had a banana split in so long. That sounds so scrumptious. If the banana is in the right time window, they're awesome. In ages though? Yeah. I have a bad habit of like forgetting about my fruit. Even though it's in plain sight, like in a fruit bowl. So I often eat my fruit like a little bit overripe. And like an overripe pear is one thing, but an overripe banana, not as fun. But it's okay, I still love them. Man, she has 12. That's so crazy. And how does she have 2 cards in her hand? Is she discarded? It's so over for me. My stepmom used to get 2 bundles of bananas at a time. What? We would always have way too many. I would make a banana smoothie like every other day when I was in high school. Wait, banana smoothie every other day sounds awesome. That is the most bananas I've ever heard of in my life. Oh man. I don't have shield. I feel like I should wait for that one. I'm gonna get killed for real. draw game too. That's so nice. You don't even have to play it. You just draw it and keep it in your hand, I guess. Oh, and then you can discard it with the fire truck stuff. Ugh, what a good deck. Okay, give me more bugs, please. DJ, what is this message? Yeah, I ripped the dead, I guess. I used to use a monkey as my game avatar in most things from like middle school until like 3 years ago. Because you like bananas, or just for fun? just a big monkey enjoyer. Man, I love monkeys. Monkeys are so peak. Vehicle is a very powerful deck in this game. I see. Dear. Ugh. I need bugs. I need bugs. I don't have bugs. Oh, I can't see my draw pile. Do we... Do we reshuffle or no? Yes, big banana rep. Monkeys and gorillas are my favorite little animals. I lean more towards gorillas nowadays, though. Really? I would not call a gorilla a little animal, but they are pretty awesome. I like the little gif you have of the monkey drinking his little his little juice box. That one always makes me smile. I like how they punch stuff and make funny noises. Man, I need more gorilla content, I guess. I haven't really seen a gorilla punch in anything. It's kind of awesome, though. Man! Get this Lightning McQueen out of here. Oh. Well, at least that was the whole turn. Okay, we do shuffle the cards back into the deck. That's good. Okay. Oh my goodness, I went to the zoo. I went to the zoo in December, and they had spider monkeys, and I was watching them for like, I don't know. It felt like an hour, but it was probably only like 20 minutes. They have prehensile tails. They grab stuff with their tails. They're just such funny little guys, like jumping all around and grabbing the branches with their tails and stuff. It was so awesome. I hope those spider monkeys are having a good day today. Oh man, I don't any of this. Oh, that's pretty nice. Exactly 2 bugs and 6 stars. I think that's exactly the same as a snake. Okay. Looks good. She had a strong start, but I think in the long run I can do better. I recently saw a video of a gorilla successfully boxing a leopard away from his baby. It was pretty awesome. What? Aww. I'd be like scared to watch that. Like I'd be so worried. I don't know. Like I guess punching is pretty powerful. But I don't know. Leopards have like big teeth and big claws. I wouldn't want to see. I wouldn't want to see a little gorilla getting attacked. I'm glad he won though. It sounds awesome. He said, "Be gone, put him up, then punch the cat." Oh. Huh. To be honest, I didn't know monkeys punched. Like, it makes sense. But I just have not ever seen that before. Who taught them how to do all that? Do they know not to tuck their thumbs in or no? Oh, I don't think I want more snakes. I'm just gonna end my turn, I think. I wonder if there's a sticker that like just passively generates bug token. That would be pretty nice. Oh, I got an achievement for that one. Pretty cool. Yo, propeller cap. Take some candy. It was epic mode. That's why gorillas have big old muscles. Taught them how to do that. I wonder what their exercise routine is. You think the gorilla has ever done a push-up before? You 1 star for every 2 fever decreased. Draw 1 extra card at the start of the card battle. And before, gain 2 stars when you play a card. After round 4, remove 2 stars. Oh, so this is like you have to win early game. I am not doing that. I think this nice little bead leopard, or not leopard. Sorry, got leopard on the brain. Lizard looks good. You got a new toy. That's rad. You can have up to 4 toys at once. If you want to get a new toy when you already have 4 toys in your bag, you'll have to choose one to discard. Die this game yet, chat? Wow, hi she. That's a crazy thing to ask about a card game. But yeah, I've been killing children left and right. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, honestly, I think this dog sticker is not that good. Because this converts 1 bug to 2. But the snake converts 1 into 3. Yeah, I need to put my macaw. Okay, you can leave. I need more token generation. So I think this is good. Okay, check this out, chat. We're gonna put the macaw riding on this beetle friend, and it will be so awesome. Oh yeah, this is what friendship looks like. They have genes that would make them naturally more muscular, no workout needed. Wait, really? They're just born like that? Man, I was born like that. What the hell? Sigh. Sigh. It's fine. Did I put candy on this? I don't know. We'll keep it here on the drawing board. And then the other macaw can go here. We're gonna generate so many beetle bugs. Chat, what's your favorite type of bug? I don't like the poop sticker, so we gotta hide it. There. Perf. Okay, goodbye. Yeah, Bungus the Wise dropped dead at the opening credits. Bungus the Wise? Bungus is the least wise name I've ever heard. What's sending her losing opponents to the Shadow Realm? It's true, it's true. It's true, I am doing that. Thanks for noticing. Gorillas are born swole. They're estimated to be 4 to 9 times Stronger than any given human? Man. This is Inscription? Yeah. In a way, this is Inscription. I like stick bugs, yo! Get stick bugged, nerd. Yo, hold on. Maybe make this card cheap. One time I went camping with my family, and I saw a lot of stick bugs. And I think that's the only time I've ever seen a stick bug, like in real life. Was this one particular camping trip. Orb weaver spiders are pretty cool, though they're arachnids technically. Well, I didn't say what's your favorite insect. I said what's your favorite bug. And I think spiders can definitely be in the bug category. Like, I think shrimp can be in the bug category too if they want to be. Man, I did not know what to do with this card. Guess it can be a chef hat. Favorite bug is caterpillar? Yo. That's such a good one. Even before the meme, I used to catch them and hang out with them. Wait, that's so cute! Moss? Moss is such a good one! Oh my goodness, shout out Paper Lily. I don't know what to do with this for real. I guess you can have a dragon card. But I want my little bugs. Ugh. I need more stickers for real. They eat my shirts? Really? I've seen like people say that before. And I've also heard of mothballs to put in your closet, but I don't think I've ever had that issue. How does a moth even get into your closet? Where do they come from? Scientifically speaking, bug is actually a specific subset of insects? Really? I thought bug was just like slang. Like like childish talk. I didn't think bugs had a scientific definition. Praying mantis are cool too. There used to be a lot where I grew up. Ooh, I've never seen a praying mantis. They look cool, but their eyes sort of freak me out. Like, just a little bit. Just a little bit freaky. Okay. I think all of this is true. Mothballs, hee hee hee. Real. Real and true. I mean, I think I should use this shift set, but I don't know what on. I don't have anything that costs more than one. Okay. Surely this is fine. Moths are crafty fellas. They crave my tasty, yummy graphic t-shirts. Sheesh. But what if the little moth crunch marks kind of adds to the swag factor of your graphic t-shirts? Have you considered that? Grasshoppers are pretty cool. Real. I think spiders are my favorite. But I do also quite like moths. I like the ginormous, ridiculous moths. They're so pretty. I used to catch a lot of little guys when I was a kid. Come to think of it, that's so nice. I didn't. I've never been like a bug killer. Like I always like try to take them outside, but I think creepy crawlies sort of freaked me out until I was like 12 maybe. To be a bug, they need the ability to suck with their mouth parts. Well, spiders can suck, right? Like they have the teeth for that. So surely a spider counts then. Unless I just watched this really niche movie, I think you'd enjoy it. You probably never heard of it. Is it Interstellar Uncut Ultra 80 gigabytes? Do I have to have a particular type of metamorphosis? Oh. I'm learning so much. Lunar moths! Oh, those are so pretty! I quite like those. I'm gonna go here. Mods, ban X Cinnamon Fox X for liking bugs. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Liking bugs is awesome and based. I don't know what changed. There's just... At some point in my life, I was like, man, I don't really want to be scared of bugs anymore. And then I started grabbing spiders with my hands. I was like, wait, this is kind of awesome. We had these little lizards called anoles. You could hold them and they'd open their mouth. And you can make them munch on your ear and wear them like earrings. They would just hang on there? Would they not fall off? I would be kind of worried about, like, them letting go. And then going splat on your shoe. Spiders don't have proboscis, no. They're also arachnids, not insects. Oh, I thought spiders sucked, like, the liquid out of their prey. I thought spiders were suckers for real. Does the just ring a bell? Oh, no, I've never heard of that one. This is deep esoteric knowledge, I think. Oh my goodness, give me some bugs. If you knew this, why did you say spiders? Because they're cool? Listen, we can have a more lenient definition of bugs. I think spiders are allowed. I like spiders. This is a very cute little outfit. The little lizards wouldn't let go once they munch you. You have to pry them off! What the... I didn't know that. Could you... Listen, okay, I wouldn't condone this. I'd like to start off this hypothetical by saying I don't think you should do this. But in theory, could you perhaps make an anole open their mouth and then like put a little cigarette in their mouth? And then put sunglasses on it and take a picture of it? Not that I would do that. But just hypothetically, could that be done? It's a niche movie. Not a lot of people know. I think it'll catch on though. DJ, did you see it for like the first time recently? Or did you just like rewatch it? Not a cigarette, a blunt maybe? Oh. I feel like that would be too thick for a little lizard. But maybe a cigarette would also be too thick for a little lizard. I don't know. I just feel like taking a swag reaction image of a little lizard would be kind of funny. And those are tiny little guys. It wouldn't hurt or anything. Probably do that with a real big one, but finding one big enough to munch a cig would be hard. I'm trying to think of what else you could like make it munch on. That would be kind of funny and or cute. Be like a toothpick, but that's not really not really do anything, huh? Feed the honeycombs! Yo! Oh my god. That would go crazy. If I was an anole, I hope you guys would feed me a honeycomb. It'd be so awesome. My first job was at a pet store, and I always loved feeding the reptiles. We also had a bird I'd always bring with me around the store. That's so nice. What do you feed the reptiles? Like crickets? I never had a reptile before. One of my friends growing up had a bearded dragon. But it was more like her brother's, it wasn't hers. so we didn't really interact with it too much. He's a cute little guy, though. A cute little guy. One singular honeycomb would be a feast for a little adult. That's so cute. I guess I've never seen them before. Oh, it must be quite tiny if a honeycomb would be a feast. What the? Gain 1 for each sticker, total of 3. Gain 5? Oh my goodness, what a powerful card. Sheesh. It was like holographic too. That was so messed up. I'm getting logged on. Give me a card, please. Okay, well now I have plenty of token generation, but I need them to be munched on. This does not bode well. Crickets, mealworms, etc. Snake could get mice or rats. Oh, that's so nice. That's so cute. Man, I like reptiles. I like snakes most of all. I feel like it would be a little unfortunate to have to feed snakes, though. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to deal with, like, dead mice. Oh, wait. This will go sicko mode, I think. Maybe, perhaps. Yippee! Not quite as sicko mode as her thing, but at least it is something. I posted an annul in the media channel. Yo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't have Discord open on my computer. And I'm afraid if I open it, then my stream is gonna crash. But I will look later. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I'll do some annul investigations soon. Yo, where all my bugs go? Where my little bugs at? These are nice. I like this little brown beetle. Looking pretty swag. Okay. Okay, we're not losing as bad. Slay. I have a perpetual fear of hamsters. From a friend's pet, because it bit me when I was little, so I never liked interacting with the hamsters. Wait, really? I mean, like, you're so valid for that, but there's something a little bit funny about a guy who's like, yeah, I like feeding the snakes. Yeah, I walked around with a bird. Scared. Scared of the little fluffy hamsters, though. No, I had a hamster growing up. I think it bit me a few times. I don't think that hamster liked me too much. But it didn't really stick with me. When I was in high school, I had 2 sugar gliders. They were strange beasts I must say. Yo, I went to a summer camp one time. It was like an animal summer camp. Like it was some sort of like wildlife reserve, and they just had a bunch of random stuff. But they had sugar gliders, and they were so cute. I liked them so much. I like gave one a banana slice, and it just like held it in its little tiny hands and like went slurp, 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 slurp. It was so cute. What a banger little guy. They're a lot less cute when you're that guy that actually has to take care of them. They're the most high maintenance animal I've ever owned. They love sweet treats. What's high maintenance about them? Do you have to like give them baths or something? I would not have guessed that. They're definitely not meant to be pets. That makes sense. I feel like there's a lot of cute animals like that. I've had a lot of people say to me like, oh my goodness, foxes are so cute. I love foxes. I want a pet fox. No, you don't. No, you do not. The forbidden fruits. I had no idea, but that makes sense. I just wouldn't have guessed that. That does make sense though. I feel like they're probably not domesticated the same way. But I'm so goated. I don't know, maybe I'm being presumptuous. Maybe the first few days of this game is like meant to be a little bit easier. But I'm like destroying these kids for real, for real. To keep them healthy, I had to make protein smoothies for them. Meats, fruits, etc. blended up every few days. I'd freeze the leftovers in the cubes. I'd give them a little cube every morning. Oh, that's so nice. Did you ever eat one? To see what it tastes like? I guess it's probably not cooked meat, huh? I don't know, I'm imagining a meat fruit smoothie. What if it's like a little bit good? Week 1 is not too difficult. Week 2 is when it starts getting more challenging. Okay. I'll be so prepared by week 2. Don't even worry. Oh, I like a Gamba sticker. That's fun. Here, I want this. Remove 4 stars from opponent? Yo. Okay, looks good. Get this out of here. Yo! Big fella. Gain 2 stars for each card in your hand up to 10. Remove a random 4 stars. Gain 4 stars. Decreases. Can I see the map? I don't know what I'm doing next. Treasure hunts? Okay. Surely we'll get something good from treasure hunts. I just spend most of the day with them or they'll die of loneliness. So if I was home, they were out and about. I'd play on my PC and they'd either post up on my desk or sit on my shoulders. They sat on your head. That's so sweet. I didn't know they like literally die of loneliness. I thought if you had more than one, maybe they would keep each other company a little bit. That's crazy though. One of my friends used to have a rabbit. And she said you have to like they're really, really high energies, so you have to like play with them for like at least 2 hours a day. It's like, man, rabbits sure are cute, but I just know I would not want to be doing all that. At least not every day. I just know there's some days that I'd be lazy. But I don't know. I don't know. I think the only pets I could have are ones that like free roam. Shout out to the Great War. They didn't know Part 2's about to come out. DJ, maybe stop shouting out controversial topics for me, perhaps. Don't want to get too silly. They're cool guys. I do miss them, but I don't think I'm gonna get them again. Way too much cleaning, and they kept me up all night every night. They starve themselves if they get sad, so you have to keep them happy. Like, I said cool guys that shouldn't be pets for sure. Dang. I didn't know it was like that. That's so crazy. Sounds like you took good care of them though. I like to imagine a little guy sitting on a swingus head. Do you have any sugar glider pictures perhaps? Tomorrow I'm going to play against the kid with the super cool cards. They're like a boss in a video game. I better get ready. Oh dear. Aye aye, Captain. Okay, I think I went overboard with the tokens. So maybe we can put that back on a snake card. Make you a little smaller so you can look at your friend with ease. Okay, looks good. Put some bugs on my star cards. Spread the love. Who to give sunglasses to? I like that this card is holographic. I'm not sure why it is, but kind of a slay. Okay, maybe we have a dragon with sunglasses and a chef's hat card as like a last resort. The sunglasses don't quite fit him. Maybe I can make him look huge. Oh. Do you think it's fine if he's like low-key lopping off the card? Okay. Okay, check this out. Oh, looking good. I don't know if I have any pictures of them anymore. They live to be like 9 to 15. They bought mine when they're old guys, 8ish already. They didn't live super long with me. They had a good last few years though. Look stores. I'll look for some pictures though. They live to be 15? 9 to 15? That's so surprising. Are they rodents? I guess I thought they were rodents, but maybe there's something else. I don't think rodents usually live that long. Okay. Our sleeper agent card. What is this? Gain 2 candy? Wait, is it free? No. But you have to pay a candy to gain 2 candy? What? Like permanently? What do you do? Oops, excuse me, little dog. For 1 token into 2 stars up to 2 times. What do you do? Honor and move, gain 5 stars. Oh, so if the dog eats the ball, you get a lot of stuff. That's pretty, poggers. They're considered a possum. Sheesh. So like they're marsupials? I'm learning so much. I didn't know they had little pouches like that. Sugar gliders are pretty cool, but I think my pet rock is cooler. Yo! Do you for real have a pet rock, or are you just being silly? Oh my goodness, I really like pet rocks. I used to have a pet rock. His name was Gerald, and he was painted to look like a ladybug, and I used to keep him in my PC case. But then my friend who helps me with my PC, like, upgrade stuff, was like, yo, you gotta take Gerald out of here because he's gonna break something. Like, he's gonna, like, I don't know. Gonna, like, wiggle his way crashing into everything, and that makes me nervous. So I had to take him out, and I don't know where he went. So if anybody sees a little rock painted to look like a ladybug, please let me know. Looking for him. Gerald would never. Well, I used to go to a lot of LAN parties, which, if you don't know, it's like it's like an event where you take your computer, like you bring your own PC, and it's like this big, like, convention sort of center, and everybody's just playing on their computer, and it's really nice. But you know, when you have a pet rock named Gerald in your PC, and then you're like moving your PC around, he does be slamming into stuff. But you know, I always thought it was fine. My friend said it's not fine though. And now Gerald's gone. Don't be mansplained. I don't want to assume that everybody's like been to a LAN party before. I don't think they're the most common things in the world. Go here, I guess. Well, maybe Fever should be on a star one. Maybe it should be more like this. I want this dog, but I don't want my cards to cost too much. Gerald single-handedly responsible for the state of RAM prices in the world. Nuh-uh. Gerald would never do that. At least I hope not. Wish I could go to a LAN party. No PC though. And no LAN party. First things first. Aww. They're quite fun. The first one I went to, I just brought my Nintendo Switch. Like, I didn't even have a PC. I just wanted to be with my friends. But then, like, eventually I got my own PC, and it was awesome. But it's still awesome even if you don't have a computer. Sorry, I'm like nitpicking for real. Okay, what if we just get rid of a star and make this a dog with a bug? And then we put the tennis ball over here. I don't like that costs 2 though. Get that out of here. Okay. You know what I'd take a candy from? I guess I could take a candy from this. And then everything just costs 1. Maybe this is all more reasonable. Candy. Okay. I think these are pretty good cards. This is looking pretty swag. I hope I don't, like, draw this early on. I hope I draw that little guy last. Okay. A dog with the bug on his head. Aw, man! I should have put the bug on his head. The It's so over. It's so over. I'm not gonna beat the boss now. Also, not to leak hot gossip, the reason I've been talking too much is because me and Aphex have been perceiving each other's letterboxes. She mocked me inadvertently. She mocked you? Well, hang in there, buddy. I mean, it is Aphex we're talking about, so it really would happen to anyone, I think. Don't feel bad. I have my old phone, but not a charger. Once I do, I'll send some pics of my fellas in the server. I don't know what that'll be, though. It's okay, take your time. This is so awesome. I love little guys. We're doing so good. We're doing so good, except for my pear was squishy, so I couldn't eat my pear. Sigh. But other than that, everything's been going really good. Me and my big sister are gonna go on a walk in a park after this. You and your sister are so close. I wish I had a big sister too. She didn't say anything to that. She's like, okay, let's start playing the game. Aw, her hair's really cute. Everything is on fire. Oh, I was not aware. Surely, like, it's a sleigh fire. Nothing to worry about. Oh, she's a plant girly. Remove 2 stars from the opponent. Sheesh. Also really cool and funny, but we already knew that. We did. Aw, man, I did not want to draw this dragon. That's okay. Okay, I need bugs from you. Total misplay! Uh-oh. I misplayed already. Is it because I didn't put the bug on the dog's head? Oh man. It's okay, we will surely get them next time. Look, check this out. Start shuffling that duck though, little bro. Oh man. And she's got a flower crown. It's so over for me. Ball. Oh, true. True. We start a forest fire with all her little plants. I'm nervous. Kick that little girl's ass. Okay, I will. Don't even worry. I need more bugs though, for real, for real. Oh. Oh. I know nothing of this game. I'm used to inscription. Stout. Oh, are you a stout? Stout? Are you a stout enjoyer? I was more of a stink bug enjoyer. Okay, ending turn. Only card game I know how to play is Clash Royale and Uno. Yo! I think that's what she's playing. Like, I think I'm low-key getting destroyed. But it's okay. Look at this dragon with sunglasses. Isn't that nice? Everyone knows how to play Uno? Yeah. I don't think I've ever met anyone who didn't know how to play Uno. Unless they were like 3 years old. Okay, add bug. If it makes you feel better, I don't know how to play Clash Royale. Kind of makes me want to play MTG again. Oh my goodness. What a good one. I haven't played a physical card game in a while. I have so many Lurkana cards. I think I haven't played in like 3 months. The problem is getting someone to play with you, I think. Okay. Double snake up. I guess this is true. Wait till Mega Knight shows up, then you're really cooked. Mega Knight. Who is that? Man, I am cooked. I don't even know who that is. The new MTG trailer the Jim Henson Company did is actually a legit banger. Are they having like a Elseworld expansion that's the Muppets? Or what are you talking about? I unfortunately do not keep up with Magic cards. They're really pretty. I'm just not in the know like that. I got a classic MTG game coming up this Sunday, yo! I pull up with my Transformer deck and it's over for my enemies. Yo, that's so nice. Yo. Yes, all I have is a Lord of the Rings deck. But sometimes my friend lets me use his vampire deck, and that's kind of slay. I don't know. Magic is not my very most favorite card game. Sold almost all of my MTG cards to a buddy of mine a few years ago. Oh. It's so cooked. But you said almost, so that means you still have some, right? What's the coolest one you have? Need more bugs. This is crazy, by the way. Gain 2 stars when you lose favor. Increase favor by 1 at the start of your turn. Maybe I should have read that. They did a puppeted rock opera-esque trailer for the new Celtic mythology set? Wait, so the new set has nothing to do with Jim Henson? They just, like, commissioned a swanky trailer for it? It's kind of aura. It's kind of awesome. I liked Hearthstone. I love Hearthstone. A ton the first few years it was out. It's not the same game anymore now, though, so I don't play much. That's understandable. These days, I only play the like auto chess game mode, the like battlegrounds. But I quite like Hearthstone. Go, my bugs. I do, lol. I have my main spirit cards to rebuild that deck if I ever get back into it. Yo, that's so nice. Man, I love when people have card collections. I don't know. I think they're so fun to look at. I love hearing about everyone's cards. Okay. I'm cooked. It's like this huge, massive guy. He's in a full suit of armor, except he's wearing comically large barbed spears on his arms. He lands with enough damage to fold any dude as soon as he's dropped. Has insane amounts of health, slash damage, and can charge up and jump at things, removing range counters. Then we decided we should give him an Evo, equivalent to a Mega Evolution in Pokemon, where every attack he pushes the troop backwards and then lunges onto it like a leopard. A shot put throw? Oh. That doesn't... I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't even sound like a knight. It sounds like a gremlin. Interesting. Well, I hope he doesn't show up. The JHC was commissioned by Wizards of the Coast to do a trailer for them? That's so nice. Like, that's really random, but that's really nice. I have a modest card collection that is mostly Universe Beyond sets. I have 4 shelves covered in Warhammer models still. Yo! Oh yeah, you You paint models, don't you? I think that's also a really cool hobby. Goes crazy. Why is she gaining stuff when I play cards? Growth and bloom win 4. Flowers gain 12. Ah, hell nah. I'm cooked. If he showed up, y'all would be cooked unless y'all had a Pekka? Pekka? What the hell is a Pekka? Oh, she's not gaining things. She's just saying wow and it makes you think she's gaining things. I might be cooked, but we'll try our best. Not to brag, but the best card I have is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Because I have Blue Eyes White Dragon! Yo! Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Dark, like, Magician Girl are the only 2 Yu-Gi-Oh cards I know. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, little painter man. I currently have a $200 commission on my painting desk that I'm neglecting to do right now. What's the commission for? That's so cool. I finished high school. I had to move across the country for college. Left my Yu-Gi-Oh collection with a friend as a parting gift. That's a crazy parting gift. That's so generous. Yo. Oh, I'm so good. I don't know. I don't think I'm I don't think I'm nearly as generous with that. I would probably just leave it with my parents and then come back for it later. I can only aspire to have that much Warhammer. I have 1.5 shelves? Yo! My goodness. I didn't know there's so many Warhammer enjoyers. The opposite of Warhammer is Tonio. Thinking about that for a moment. I'm not sure what you're saying even a little bit. Can I be honest? Chance tokens on your side. But since I have 9 of these, would my dragon do nothing against me? I hope so. I guess we'll see. Oh. No, it didn't protect my little guys. I don't know what the point of the shields are, though. My current commission is a huge giant model from the Age of Sigmar line. The faction is Sons of Behemoth, which is just huge, guys. I usually charge whatever the model is worth to paint. And those models are like 200-ish. You only charge how much the model is worth? But that means you're not getting compensated for the cost of like whatever primers and paints you're using. Splingy, I think this is a bad business model. At least charge like some Wendy's chicken nuggets. How are War and Toe opposites? I was thinking that too. I'm not really sure. Toes are harmless little piggies. Wars are not. I rest my case. Oh. I'm thinking about it. Maybe you're onto something. No, they give me the model done, and I paint the thing. I ain't buying them myself. Oh, okay. That's a lot better. That makes sense. That makes sense. I thought you were just going crazy mode. Just losing money on people. If I was buying the model myself, I'd be charging 400. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's understandable.
The name Abigail is literally a big nail.
think you're right, but I have never met anybody with the name Abigail. I've heard Abigail. Yo, look. Look, it's the Nyan cat, like... This is so awesome. I'm quite scared of this little lady. Wait, what? Was that just from the fever? There's so many stars. Hey, that's actually not that good. She's probably gonna get like 12 and then it'll be like 40. Oh, hell nah. That was a really good Nyan cat. Toughest. Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty good, wasn't it? Can you believe it? I wasn't even trying that hard. Sexy? Oh yeah, the new bracket is out. But I didn't put an announcement for it because I wanted the February announcement to have some time to breathe. I'll probably be posting about that after stream. But I kind of... Hey! Thanks. But I kind of messed up with this whole bracket thing because I started with 20 characters instead of 16. And, so 20 went down to 10, and then 10 went down to 5. And I was like, shoot, how do I have a fair bracket with just 5 characters? Like, that doesn't really make any sense, huh? And so, the character that won the hardest from the last bracket was Colonel Sanders. He won by, like, a landslide. And so, he will just be automatically a finalist. And it'll be, like, these two characters. I don't know. It makes sense in my head. It will work. It will work out. It will work out. So nonchalant. Oh, thank you. I am pretty nonchalant, huh? Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. I think I'm about to lose Loki. That's also the reason why Minecraft is a stack. Why in Minecraft the stack is 64? Wait, really? So that you can have a bracket for them? I play vote. Lowest voted gets kicked and final 4 gets seeded based on the results. I was thinking about doing it that way, but I didn't want to prolong it too much longer. But it's fine. I think Colonel Sanders being a finalist is hilarious. Meow! Hi, Tilty! How's it going? Out of candy for real. Out of candy, out of bugs. I don't know what the point of these are if they burnt in the fire. Oh my god, it's so good. Okay, I must depart now. Have a good rest of the stream, I suppose. Goodbye, swingers. Have a good rest of your day, I suppose. Take care. Yeah, hi, Marie. Hi. My goodness. I hope everyone's having a slay day. So, I be causing a racket because the only 10 is my girl. Oh, the only 10 is my girl. Man, I would cause a racket too. That's kind of awesome. Really proud of that one. I am sure so. Okay, well, don't say that. You gotta be a little bit nonchalant and pretend that like it's your first time saying it. Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. It's not too bad. Oh, it's kind of bad. Why does everyone's mic peak when they say my name? When my friends had to start greeting me in her mommy voice so it didn't happen? Oh, I don't know. I didn't know my mic peaked when I said your name. I think usually when people say hi, I don't know, like they probably like have a higher pitched voice because they're excited, right? I feel like that's probably normal. I think people are happy and excited to see you. I think so too. Always speaks. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Maybe a little bit. But it's okay. I'm moving soon. I'm moving in like 10 days. And I think in this new place that I'm going to, I'll be able to have my sound gate a little bit lowered. It's like it should be less noisy. So maybe my mic will peak a little less. I don't know. This isn't as bad. I can at least hear it. Most of the time it's hi, LS, how you doing? Oh, well, I guess as long as you know it's for you. Plus, Mike peaked the day it had the honor of recording her to the I'm Yo. That's pretty real. Thank you for saying that. I literally did it while you were reading that. Yo! Don't say that. Don't say that. Man. I can't help it. All downhill for the mic from here. Plus, Mike always peaks. Yeah, perhaps. Man, hopefully it's not all down from for the mic from there. I'm recording a song cover and I need that to sound good. I'm embarrassed as hell. You're moving? I'm moving. I've been really busy packing. I'm staying in like the same general area. Like it's nothing crazy. Just changing apartments. They raised my rent. So we're just changing apartments. Plus, Mike peaked when it was a little Mike in my cat. What? It's in my gallery. That's so awesome. This match is starting to drag on for too long. Let's settle this with a sudden showdown. Don't say that, I'm winning. Me and Shark are diligently listening to your stream while I edit? You and Shark? Forgive me, I'm not sure who Shark is. Thank you for listening while you edit. You're dropping so much info on me. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Big things plans for X, Cinnamon Fox X. Make learning major life things up. Stream. If one of us has more fave than the other, the match will end and the winner will be the one who has more fave points in the fave bar. If neither of us is winning, sudden showdown will continue on to the next round. Let's settle this once and for all. Oh, I thought we shared the fave bar. Is this not it? Like finding out your grandparents are cousins on stream? Ew. Is that real? Milo Sashimi, that's his name. It's my little shark plushie. Oh, wait, that's so cute. I love that. Gonna buy the property you are moving to and raise the rent even more. Ugh. Man, it's so over for me. I thought Foss and I were close, so I guess not. No, don't say that. We just haven't called in a while. I guess I could have texted that information. Listen, Smirkamaji. Raising price? Renegotiate your contract? Renegotiate. Is that real? I don't know, they just sent me a thing in the mail that was like, Hello. If you'd like to re-sign your lease, here's all the different rents it will be. Oh wow, I got like 6 achievements for that. Wait, this is so awesome. Yeah, I'm a good card gamer, huh? She just forgot to say. It's true. It's true. I mean, I didn't even tell my dad I was moving. I guess I should tell him that. What's happened? That happened to someone I watched. His girlfriend found out from watching the stream. He didn't tell her. That's crazy. That's what? What a way to learn. Wouldn't you know? Like, if your family, if your grandparents were cousins, wouldn't everybody be? I don't know. That's very strange. The DVD addiction, isn't it? No, it's because you won't play League with me. He spent every night playing DVD and Bots doesn't talk to me. You gotta play League of Legends with me. Squeak! Okay, here's Monsley's take on the situation. Pretty cool, huh? His mom kept it a secret from him? Oh. Shoot, I guess I would too if my parents were cousins. That's still crazy though. I unlocked stickers! Wait, look at this lobster! It's got pink arms. Oh my god, this is so awesome. I tried to twice and it won't run. It's so over. Watch just needs to play DVD. I don't know. That one looks quite graphic. If it was just the visuals, I feel like it'd be fine because I could like change the color of the blood or something, right? But the sounds kind of freaks me out just a little bit. Whoa. You unlocked week 2. My goodness. Requires gliding past. Win week 3 on normal difficulty. Play. This deck has fish swimming all over it. It's a bit tricky. You'll need some luck for a good catch. My goodness. Okay, fish token deck. And a plant deck. Should I do fish or plants or stars? Thanks, Monthly noted. I hope you took good notes. Gotta play Minecraft or a card game something? What card game? Like Hearthstone? I like Hearthstone. DVD isn't exactly packed with accessibility options for the fairer composure. What do you mean by that? I don't know, but Delilah told me that you can make the blood a different color for like red, green, colorblind people maybe. I think. I don't know, I did not fact check her. I just that is the information I was told. So I feel like I could do that and be okay. I just worry a little bit about all the people screaming. In the visual of like a person dangling from a hook. That makes me want to go take a nap. You play MTG? Oh, not really. Not really. I have some cards, but I'm not super familiar with it. Hi, Icy! I didn't know you were still here. I hope work's going good. Pika Pika! Nobody told me fish or plant or stars. I think I'm gonna do fish. It looks like fish is Gamba. I think we like Gamba around here. Giselle, what a pretty name. Vending machine? Oh, it would be cool to have a toy though. Well, surely another toy box will show up. Okay. Let's play. Okay. I have no idea what this deck is about. It looks like she's got a plant thing. Man, I want a vehicle deck for real. Steal 3 stars. Oh, stealing. That's fun. Add 1 fish token and 3 shield tokens. Fish. Add 1 fish at the end of the round. Or 2 fish if any bugs. Okay. Add 1 dinosaur? Stops path bar. Decreased by 1 dinosaur at the end of the round. What? And catch fish 50%. Percentage chance to convert each 1 fish into 1 star. Okay. So I probably need fish to play that. Convert 1 bug into 1 star up to 4 times. Okay. So the fish just multiply each other, I guess. They just have babies a lot. I'm not really sure what this dinosaur is for or why it's in a fish deck. Yeah? What are you saying yeah to? Fish having babies? Thank you for that, Jade. DBD is also really hard for new players to get into. What are you trying to say, huh? You don't think I'm a pro epic gamer? Yeah, I'm not much of a competitive game player, so maybe maybe you're onto something. I think my league like account level is like 70 or maybe even 80. I still feel like I'm a new player. Oh, Pro Epica. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you. I have a high-pitched voice. Not just that, it's also you start off with so little. So much is blocked behind paying for DLCs. That's so sad. Yeah, I feel like every character that I've been like, oh, that one looks cool. It's a DLC character. And not that I've ever opened the game. Just watching other people play. I think Kaneki Ken looks so fun and like cute. But I think you have to pay for him. And like I'm a big Steve Harvey fan, but I think you have to pay for him as well. Like man. I don't think I would ever pay for anything in a game like that. Plus, I have like 230 hours and I just started to feel like I'm not in time. Yo! If it's so hard at the beginning, what makes you like want to keep playing it? It's a game that needs a lot of investment to be able to do the most with. Customs gives you everything though. Steve Harvey? Did I say Steve Harvey? I didn't mean that. I meant Steve Harrington. That's kind of awesome. I wish Steve Harvey was in that game. Anyone from a franchise you gotta spend real money on? Aww. That's sad. That's sad. I know. I think I switch games too quickly. Like I'll get really into a game for like a week and then I'll move on to something else. So games that are like really grindy, especially up front, aren't usually my cup of tea. Hi Carrot! Welcome in. Steve Harvey's in DB8. Guys, I meant Harrington. I meant the hot one. I'm sorry. Like Warframe is harder for new players to get into. into though. That's fair. That's fair. But when I'm playing Warframe, I'm not really playing it to be good at the game or like really even progress the game. I play Warframe to like run around with my friends and then also go fishing. I wish Steve Harvey was in there. That would be so funny. Did somebody tell me that Nick Cage was in that game, or was that a different game? I feel like there was a really funny out of place character in a horror game, but I don't remember which one it was. Steve Harvey is the top tier survivor. He would be. He would be. Someone made a rap battle between the Doctor and Dr. Phil. Who won? Kissing Grandma? What are you talking about? Naked Grandma? Naked Grandma! Man. I haven't seen Family Feud in so long. What a banger show. Nick Cage is in the game. He's one of my mains. He's in, yeah. Yeah, Nick is in there. So it's not like completely unrealistic for Steve Harvey to be in there, right? Surely he's got a shot. What's one of Tam's mains? That's so funny. What an interesting, what an interesting character to play. Do you have to pay for him? Did you spend money to play as Nick Cage? Is that Aura? Caught 2 fish. I think I'm getting the hang of this one. I think this one's nice. They wanted Tony Hawk, but he had contract issues. I'm just repeating to him, let me stop talking. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's like extra extra credible information if more than one person says it, right? I haven't played Survivor in so long, but I want a main V. In the past, I used Chris, Trevor, Sable. Of those, I've only heard of Sable because I think people thirst over her. I don't know who those other people are. V is one of my mains? Oh. I don't think I've really seen much V stuff. Though to be fair now, I have a lot that I alternate through. I feel like most of the time when I'm paying attention to your stream, you're playing as the jingler. The jingler fella. Or maybe it's not that that's all you're playing when I'm paying attention. Maybe it's just like that's the most memorable one for me. That might be more realistic. I love Nick Cage because he's so unserious. He'll be humming the chase music like ba 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 stop. I feel like that's good comic relief. Maybe that would make it easier to cope with such a scary game. I have a rule that I only play hot survivors, which means I spend a lot of money on skins. Girl, you gotta get Kaneki Ken. He's so fun. My mate is whoever the F McBoys me into playing. That sounds reasonable. That sounds like a good that sounds like a good method. Dwelf Dwight? Dwelf Dwight. What does that mean? My stream I mostly do killer, but V is a survivor. Oh. I don't think I'm aware of any survivors. Decrease fever by 6. Why would we decrease the fever? I guess if you're losing pretty bad and you don't want your opponent to have it. DVD being called scary is so bizarre to me. Not allowed to play Chucky in customs. Why is that bizarre? It's It's so scary. You're like dangling on a hook. Yucky. It is quite sad, but it's so scary. Cause could you imagine how cool it would be if I could play a game with my darling friend slash wife? Unfortunately, it's scary though. Womp womp. I think I want to eat this. I don't think I've ever told you a single person to play. My face and Meg. Oh my goodness, drama. I love Fevers. Ew. Alexa, play Fever by Hypen. I like the sound of this. It sounds like nice real crinkle paper. I guess you get desensitized after a few years. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think I've been desensitized to anything my whole life ever. I only play the Tokyo Ghoul characters in DVD because I have an obsession. There's more than Kaneki? Nick didn't tell me about that. Sigh. Is this gambling? Super rare? Remove all unprotected tokens? I don't think I even want that. It's like I'm going for token stuffs. Wait, shrimps! I want shrimps. What the hell is this? I think I want any of these except for the super rare one. One shrimp, please. Oh, convert one fish into one kelp up to 5 times. Bloom at the start of your next turn, gain 2 stars. Quickly add 1 fish. That's a lot of stuff going on. Why would you recommend someone play Meg? To be fair, I think I'm the only one that told Kira to invest in Meg. Meg from Family Guy. Hey, Crinkle, Crinkle. I love auditory sims. New players to get adrenaline and sprint burst? Huh? It's Kaneki and Rise officially, but they're customs? Oh! Wait, that's so nice! Family Guys and DVD. Oh my goodness, I'm learning so much. They got Steve Harvey and Meg in there. So awesome. It's so awesome. Oh, making Carrot or fighting. Carrot, I don't know what to tell you. Just do whatever Mick says. We gotta pander to her because we love her. Get 1 bug into 1 candy at the end of the turn. Yippee! Cute. Okay. I need a candy sticker. I guess there's this one. So, what the hell is this game? This is like Inscription if it was cute. Inscription if you were whimsical, I guess. But it's nice. It's like a deck building card game, and you can add stickers to your cards to like make them have different effects. Pandering to make is key to success. That's what I've always said. I can confirm this. Let me panda or whatever you said. Oh yeah. This guy's a little high up. Oh, don't do that. Go. You can have a planet. If you want. Maybe it can go on his head. That's kinda nice, right? Okay. I don't know what to do with all that, so I'm just gonna keep it. I was surprised. Wait, what were you surprised about? About Meg from Family Guy? Stickers and cards. It's like they made it for you. I know. If only they had like more auditory stuff, then it would be the perfect Fost game. Booster pack store. I mean, I'm kind of broke for all this. I guess I'll go here for the toy box. You're pretty panderable, TBH. Mick is pretty panderable. I think that's real. I think that's a good trait to have. I need to keep playing Springtrap till I get a match against Mick, and then I'm gonna bully her for the full match. Payback for the comically large hammer. Are you sure I say in words? The otter has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Actually, it's on his noggin. But close enough, I guess. Fish. I think the fish tokens are good. I just need more... ways to get them. Most streamers when receiving compliments. Oh, stop. Make more. As is her right. As is her right. I don't actually know what pander means. But if it's good, then yes. Like tailoring to someone, I guess. I can't think of any other synonyms. Pander, I hardly know her. Isn't it like sleepy time for you? But she got somewhere to be right now. Caught 3 fish. I think I'm supposed to get a whole bunch of fish tokens and then catch them, and then they have a 50% chance to turn into stars, but I'm not really sure how to generate a bunch. I feel like all of the cards I have are like converts. Type shit, Yuki. Man. Man. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. You sleep fucker? Bro, I woke up like 3 hours ago. What do you want from me? I slept so good. I slept so much. Did I win? You're always winning, Carrot, in my book. Oh, baby needs a nappy? Bro. Why would you say that? Not gonna lie, I wanna go back to bed. Go back to bed. I won't stop you. I love sleeping. When Fost isn't sleeping? Yo! Guys, I gotta go grocery shopping. We can't sleep. We gotta, like, defeat some kids in a sticker card game, and then I gotta go get a pair. That wasn't pretty bad, huh? I slept for 9 hours, I shouldn't. Yeah, but if you're tired, but if tired, then sleep. It's like coding. It's an if statement. If tired, then honk. You see? Watch only once of the stream. Yo, that's kind of real. Yesterday, I just slept the entire day. I didn't get out of bed. I just slept for like 30 hours, and now I'm here. It's true. It's true. Been an EP guy lately. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Take a drink from your monster fountain. Okay. That's a deep cut. I have not heard that in months. I was falling asleep standing up at work today. Oh, that's like not optimal. Well, what if you were like, hey boss, I'm going to the bathroom, and then you just like went to your car and took a nap? Yeah, you would. No wonder your brain is gone. To be honest, I don't even know what you're like talking about. Like, if you sleep for a long time, does your brain just disappear? Is that real? Sigh. No, her body is awake, but her brain is asleep. Oh, okay. Well, that's probably fine, right? Proving my point, yo! Man, I actually did so much yesterday. I packed so much. My closet is like half empty. I low-key think I overpacked. Cause I'm not moving until the 30th. And my walls are like empty and my closet is like half empty. It's like, oh, I still have to live here for a bit. Maybe I got a bit carried away. But I love packing. It's so much fun. I don't have a brain either. Okay, well, don't say either. As if, like, Zora has a good point. What the hell? So much sleeping. What about a shower? Bro, that's messed up. I showered last night. My hair smells like honey. I wish I slept through 2 of my alarms, second and third. Yuki, maybe maybe you should go to bed earlier. It sounds like you're really sleepy. I didn't know you were a pessimist. Half empty closet? Not a half full closet. Well, I say half empty because it's like I took out of it. Like I'm emptying it. If I was putting clothes in it, I feel like it'd be half full, but I don't think that's how it works. If I were to move, I think I only have like 2 boxes. One of them would be for my clothes. You're telling me all your clothes would fit in one box? You don't have like winter sweaters or anything? That's crazy. Man, I need more fish for real. Sigh. Are you opening boxes because there's day-to-day stuff you need that you packed away? No, thankfully not. Okay, well that's a lie. I did pack stuff like under my sink in my bathroom. And I packed all my bath like bomb supplies because I was like, oh man, like I don't take baths that often, so it's fine to pack them away. But then the other day I was like, man, I want to take a bath so bad. And so I opened it to get my little bath bomb. But that's the only case so far. Yeah, I have like a week's worth of clothes. Man, that means like you can't be lazy about doing your laundry. I don't think I could live like that. I guess I could, but like I wouldn't want to. Okay. Moving is such a pain. What? I mean, there definitely are some pain points, but I really like it. Like yesterday, I was packing some stuff from my closet, and I have some like letters that people wrote to me, and I and I read all of them, and one of them was from Dilthy actually, and I just had a good time sitting and reading all these nice letters. I don't know, I really like moving. And like when I was packing my closet, I discovered clothes that that I low-key forgot about. Like I have some like scarves and hats and stuff that were just like on a shelf at the top of my closet, stacked on top of each other. was like, yo, I didn't know I had a purple scarf. This is awesome. Last bathwater sale? What do you do with purchased bathwater? Drink it? Ew. Even if I wasn't in the water, I feel like bath bomb flavor is probably pretty chemically. But yeah, next time I have a bath, you can have the water if you want. Damn. It's so awesome. You can have my bath water. I'm a cleanly and good smelling fella now. Wait, I missed some context. Back during my depressive arc, I just refused to change my clothes for like a week straight because of it. Aww. Yeah, that's pretty rough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm glad it's better now, though. We love clean smelling fellas. Do you reread my letter? Yeah, it had a pop tap and a joltic and a garvantula. Galvantula. Whatever joltic evolves into. And it made me so happy. The nice thing about bath bombs is explaining to the plumber why you need them to wait until the fire truck is gone. Why you need them to wait until the fire truck is gone. I understand that you're making a joke about, like, bombs? I'm afraid I don't understand. Flavor, we're drinking it? I thought it was just a collectible. We're not drinking it. Yo, what the hell? If anyone wants plastic bathwater that's not mixed salsa, you gotta give me $500. But Meg can have it for free and she can drink it if she wants. I am not letting that message get automated. Back to the drawing board. What? Oh? I mean, this is a slow deck for real. I have your letter taped to my door so I never forget it. I remember hearing that gladiators would have sweat harvested off them for sales. Don't know if it's true. I heard that too. I think I watched a movie in high school that was like about gladiators. And there's a scene where they like scooped off their sweat with like a leaf. And like it was like one of those long like aloe looking leaves. You know what I'm talking about? And they like dripped it into like a little bottle and like sold it. It's like that's so interesting. I don't know. I guess that's cool. In a past life, I probably collected the sweat. Are you saying that, like, as a good thing, like, that's something you would enjoy doing? Is collecting sweat? Maybe that would be a fun job. If, like, the men are super muscular. Do you guys ever see those TikToks of, never mind. Me when I'm sleepy and I accidentally drink limited edition Foxgirl bathwater instead of soda. I like the implication that it's just in a cup. Like it's not sealed or anything. It's just open for you to drink it. Oh wow. That's so awesome. I think you probably have to be like a certain genre of streamer to be doing that and get away with it. I don't think I could get away with doing that. But if I were to, it'd have to be in like a cool container, not like a cup. I guess this one looks cool. Hey, Callus Corvelius Omegasius. Give me your sweat, soldier. Good fight out there. I feel like that'd be a sad job, because, like, what if your favorite one dies? Then what? Past life Dilsey the prophet, knowing future Dilsey the mad scientist could use some cloning material. What'd you clone a gladiator for? Is it still carbonated? Ew. The soda pop or the bathwater? I'm gonna be a mad scientist and destroy the world. Like Jack Daniels bottle? Ew, not a Jack Daniels bottle. That's so interesting. I'm trying to think. What's the coolest like liquid container? I feel like those like little potion vials are cute. Like the flask looking ones. That would be cute. What about like a snow globe? What if what if you turned your bathwater into like a snow globe? And instead of like the little confetti sprinkles in it, it would be like little honeycomb beads. That'd be kind of cute, right? Potion of minor healing. Hear me the fuck out. Okay, I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm gonna read these toys while you type your message. I had 3 fish at the start of the card battle. Wait, that's so good. Gain 3 stars. Wait, that's good too. At 10 shield. I think this one's good. Okay, what if you turned your bathwater into one of these things? Well, actually, is this a fish tank? This reminds me of those things where you press the buttons and you have to get like the rings to float into like the pole. You know what I'm talking about? Like playing horseshoes but with a water thing? Do you guys ever have those? Sopping wet? Are you sopping wet? Why are you saying sopping wet? Yeah, I know those toys. Could make your bathwater into one of those. That would be cool. I feel like all the bathwater girlies are not living up to their full potential. They'd always be for sale at the corner stores on the way to school. Wait, really? That's so cute. That sounds so whimsical.
Okay, Big Faust, hear me out. Manager Lila here. Let's do some science, yeah? Okay, so you take the bathwater, yeah? And then you freeze it and frost it and turn it into mother to the fucking snow, yeah? Oh boy, I am on a hot streak right now. I am gonna be rich. I mean, we will be rich. So we make the bath water into the snow.
Wow, yeah, I'm hearing you out. What do you do with the snow? What? Wouldn't it just melt back into bath water? Or do you like keep it in your freezer? Fox Girl snow cones? That's nice. The snow is dandruff. Yo, I don't have dandruff. Why would you say that? Persephone has dandruff though. I took her to the vet, and the vet was like, yeah, she got a little bit of dandruff, but that's normal for January because her skin's probably dry. Put it in the globe? Oh wait, fuck, I failed science. Fuck me. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then if you keep the snow globe in the freezer, then surely everything's chill. Bathwater snow cones with the gamer subs on top? Oh my goodness, I love gamer subs. Or alternatively, I just get a gamer subs code. Maybe that would be more manageable. What flavor gamer subs would you put with bathwater snow cone? Why is your bathwater brown? Nobody wants to pay. Bro! What is wrong with you? That's so messed up. My bath routine is I got this big bottle of lavender bubble bath from Target. So I put that in there. And then I have 2 rubber duckies. I have a pink one and one that's like Tigger, like from Winnie the Pooh. I put those guys in there. And I pick out a bath bomb. It really just depends on the vibes. If it's like I'm stressed out and I need a serious, like, relaxing bath time, then I'll use one of the good bath bombs. But if it's just like regular, then I'll try to use one that's like kind of plain and boring. But I have a lot of bath bombs because people keep giving them to me as gifts because I like baths a lot. Ugh. My best ones have like little flower petals in it. It goes crazy. Okay, so you do that. And then you light like 3 candles and you turn all the lights off and then you play your Spotify playlist that is like sultry K-pop. And then you just have the time of your life playing with the rubber duckies. It's a good time. I would recommend it. Just a Gurk. You're my favorite Gurk. Faucet Flakes Dandruff Flavor Gamer Subs. Okay, man, why would you say that? I don't have dandruff, I promise. I haven't taken a bath in ages. They're so good. I haven't taken one since I was very young. Making me want to take a bubble bath for real, They're so good. I really, really like them. I don't know, sometimes I'll like put a face mask on before the bath as well. And then by the time the bath is over, then like the mask is set. And then you can like rinse it off after you get out of the bath. But I don't know, I don't do that so much because I don't really like washing my face after a bath. I don't know. After a bath, I just like to relax. I don't want to do any more like cleaning after that. I was planning on doing it for Friday. Oh my goodness. Funky Monkey Friday. Everybody take a bubble bath. I it's adorable. No, that's literally me. It's so nice. Oh. Ew. Little gremlin. I'm too tall for Miss Tubbs, and it's never really a good time. You can just like prop your heels up on the edge of the tub, like where the faucet is. There's like a little lip. You just put your feet up there, or you can like bend your knees and be kind of like curled up in the tub. I think there's a lot of options for you. I haven't taken a bath since I was like 10. Oh man. Whenever I first moved out of my parents' house to go to college, my apartment did not have a tub. So there was a good few years when I was bathless. But now I'm living in luxury. I got a tub now. I quite like them. Oh, this whale is nice. The study turn add a bug. If any bug, then add 2 fish. If any fish. What? At the start of your turn, add a bug if there's any bugs. Okay, and then add 2 fish if there's any fish. Okay, that makes sense. Man, I want all of these. I wish there was candy though. Special bathtub time. If you're too tall, just cannonball. Okay, well, you don't have to be like a literal ball, but like, yeah. I think the tub's wide enough that you can... I don't know. I feel like when I'm in the tub, I'm like Z-shaped. I don't know. 3, convert 1 candy into 3 fish up to 2 times. Really? I need candy stickers for real. We don't have a bathtub? That's so sad. I'm so sorry. I love baths. Will can you only? It's iconic. Yeah. Laying in the tub with the shower on is so nice. That's kind of real. I guess I don't lay down a lot when I'm showering because I feel like I get waterboarded. But I do like to sit in the shower and pretend that like I'm a little frog in the rain. I don't know. How's y'all goobers? I'm doing good. How are you, Doc? It's crucial that you jump and fall up mid-air. That's awesome. Z-shaped if you're Z-shaped, you should see a doctor. Okay, well, not like a perfect Z. Guys, why are you thinking? Like your head... Like your knees are tucked in. Like, beep, beep, beep. I guess it's more like a lightning bolt shape. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's cozy. I can stick out my feet or my knees, but then I feel awkward. Like it's just not comfortable and then parts outside get cold. Wait, your head is outside of the water, right? And your head doesn't get cold. I feel like you just need to try it again and see what happens. Maybe it won't be as bad as you think. I used to be low-key afraid of getting baths as a kid, cause mine would be silly. Oh, my mind would be silly, and imagine that there might be a fish just swimming. That's so awesome. I didn't really have a lot of baths by myself as a kid. I guess at my dad's house I did. But I don't know. I think for the most part I took baths with my siblings. I don't know. Despite all my pain, I'm still just a frog in the rain. Is that a song? Sounds awesome. Draw a diagram? Okay, hold on. I don't know. I don't know what's hard to understand. Okay. Here's our bathtub. And then here's me. And I'm like Z-shaped. Like that. You see? Does that make sense to you? I'd also get going out of the shower head. You had such an active imagination. That sounds awesome. I feel like I would kind of enjoy tadpoles in my bathtub with me. Y'all don't keep your heads underwater when taking a bath? That sounds horrible. Also, no. Because if you have like bubble bath and like a bath bomb and all that, like you probably shouldn't get that in your hair. Like that will probably dry out your hair. What you do is you like put a claw clip in your hair. You keep your head out of there. Hi Gonzalez, welcome in. Did you take a bath in Lake Superior? Man, I wish. Your bones are broken? Man, I don't know what's hard to understand. Like this is like I don't know how to tell it. Like this is the leg. Your leg is folded. I guess there's two legs. And here's arms. Like that. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to you. It just feels a little cozier if you're balled up. Bubble bath, more like bubble bass. Ayo, still no pickles. Wow, that was so insightful. Thank you for that. Okay. Can your legs fit straight or do you have to bend them? No, they fit straight. They fit straight. I guess like maybe I guess it depends on how much I'm sitting up. Like if my back is to the back of the tub, then like yeah, my legs can be straight. But then like half my body would be out. But I think I can lay down for the most part. And then like just my feet stick out. But if you fill the tub with enough water, then it's like not a problem. What are you? What manner of beast are you? The beast? The beast is upon me! Guys, I don't know what you want from me. Just take a bath and find out for yourself. I don't know what to tell you. It's really that simple. Remember that game show called The Chase? So you had the big British guy was really smart and he would answer questions to try to defeat you. No. I don't think I watched anything like that. Okay, I don't want this dinosaur. He's not particularly helpful. I do like this whale though. Oh, is it just like trivia, but like let's make it scary for some reason, or what? A new pool has begun. Pick or die. Shower baths. Why is sink an option? Okay, well the nature of this pool is difficult because when I'm taking a bath, I'm not washing my hair in the bath. Like, bath time is just like for your body to feel nice and clean. But you have to like wash your hair separately. Because if you use the bath water to like rinse your hair, like you're gonna get soap on your head. I don't know. So like on the regular I would pick shower, but I would pick bath for my skin feeling extra nice. You'd be like, oh, if you lose this, I fear your wife will have to sleep on the couch. What? That's so ominous. For 1 candy into 3 fish up to 2 times. Okay, that looks good. Add 2 fish and 2 bugs. I'm going to put this shrimp on. Does this add anything? It does. Man, I feel like I need to change this whole deck. The catchfish ones are fine. The froggy's okay. The fish are okay. It's also funny that he's just a very big British guy and he's really smart and they just call him the Beast. There's a phase in the game where he would make a bet. Because he started a few steps away from him, and if he answered a question, like he would a step closer to you? Does he kill you or what? My gran is watching that every time, officer. What? This is such an interesting concept. Lily pad. Okay. Let's put this lily pad on. I guess this is fine. I need my things to be cheaper though. I really want this little shrimp, but he's too expensive. 5 people chose shower and I'm the only one who took bath. Man. Sigh. Guess you guys are not selling bathwater anytime soon. It'd be like $50,000 says I'm better than you. It was literally a chase. No, it was a game show. What? I'll have to watch an episode. That sounds so crazy. Hi, Cozy! Good morning! Good morning! It's good to see you. You basically had to outrun him, like, not literally. Oh. Well, what happens if you don't? Does he kill you? It's like a line of lights and you choose your prize pool based on how much of a lead you want from the chaser. The higher reward, the closer they are. If they answer more correct questions and catch up with you, you're out. Okay, that makes sense. I'm imagining it... Oh my goodness, words. I'm imagining it kind of like Trivia Murder Party, like the last phase of that. Where like getting a question right makes you take a step closer, that kind of thing. But I don't know. The concept of chasing is very interesting. What does this do? Convert a fish into a thing. Okay. What does this do? Decrease favor by 6? Gain 2 stars and increase this effect by 1. Up to 4. Okay, maybe we get rid of this dog. What What is this? Is this crazy? Also, the beast is really good at math. Oh. Is it trivia if there's math questions? That feels not like trivia. I don't know. If I signed up for trivia and they were like, name all the factors of 80. I'd be like, yo, what the hell is this? I messed up. You lose your money? There's a math question. He'd have this crazy grin. It's like the end of Trivia Murder Party, except the chaser's clipping after you the whole way. Oh. That definitely sounds interesting. Claw machine. I like claw machines. Oh yeah, everybody vote in my tournament. When it was his turn in the final chase, it was so tense. If you got one wrong, supposed to be like, stop the clock, that is wrong. And your team had a chance to answer it correctly and push him back a step? Bring the beast in the DVD. Would you play as the beast, yes or no? Had it claimed 2,300 cinemas to got one? Oh, it's already in your account. You don't have to do anything extra. Don't even worry. Let's blow up this little firefighter's house. My goodness. It's still 500? It shouldn't be. Maybe it's just not refreshed. Oh, hello. Card. Okay. Fish. And then we steal. I'm nervous. I don't think my deck is eating that hard, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We just need more candy. Oh, it's points? Yeah. Not the sticks. Oh, yeah. It's different. It's different from like the channel points. Unfortunately, you cannot. You can't gamble your channel points. I wish you could. Add one for each one, up to 10. Yo. Wait, I think I'm pogging maybe a little bit. Wowie! Thanks for reminding me to gamble. Gamble 6-7? Aw. I can't believe you lost on the 6-7. That's so sad. That's why you never go all in, boys and girls. Boys and girls. Oh, Fari? Plus, I see a lot of people shipping N in Nagito? Really? Like, actually, is that a real ship? What do you think they'd say to each other? It's gonna be very funny if they're the finalists. Unfortunately, they can't be the finalists because I think they're against each other right now. I think... Oh, wait. Maybe they're not. I know it's N, Nagito, Scylla, and Phoenix, right? But I guess I forgot who I put against who. But Colonel Sanders is already a finalist because there is 5, and he won by a landslide against Spamton. Very surprising. Very surprising. For how many people were so loudly supporting Spamton, he lost by the most. What? Nowhere near my son, N. don't know. I feel like they'd be a handsome couple. I don't think I'm getting any stars. I'm surprised Scylla's holding on so strong. Me too. Me too, for real. I wonder if people are fans of Epic the Musical, or if it's just like they don't know who it is, and it's like a very pretty character. Both are valid. Oh my goodness! Hi Shan, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. My goodness, and thank you Kosi for 3 hydrates, 4 hydrates. You're gonna reach your cooldown for the whole stream. I think the limit's like 10. You want me to take 5 separate sips or just like one really big one? I love Ace Attorney, but how did Phoenix Wright make it so far? I don't remember who he was against in the last bracket. But maybe he was against someone who was not that popular. I thought the narrator would have made it farther. Phoenix must have just had cupcake matchups. Yeah, that might be true. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I thought Spamton versus Colonel Sanders was a cupcake matchup. Like, I thought Spamton was gonna win no matter what. So I didn't put him against someone who I thought was like a strong contender, but he lost. I don't know. I don't know if that means people just like really don't like Spamton, or if they really like Colonel Sanders. Okay, I wish I wish everybody who voted told me their reasons for everyone. I'm astounded how far Dr. Livesey got. I put him in as a joke. Sigh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Got some weird we got some weird taste around here. No way he's beating Nagito. I think it's gotta be N versus Nagito up next, right? Sanders has been slept on. Yeah, like I've been sleeping on Sanders. I did not think he'd be all that. I think you're right. I think it probably would be N versus Nagito, but I genuinely could not tell you who would win out of those two. Fabulous. I really like this thing. I don't know if it's supposed to be a gummy worm or what, but it's really cute. Probably Nagito because you played Ace. You haven't played Ace Attorney on your channel? Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point. My prediction is Nagito beats the Colonel, but I'd rather see N make it all the way. Means I'm gonna mix the franchises up. I think I understood what you were trying to say. Don't worry. Man, I'm getting walked on for real. Surely I win the 50%. 9! Man. So who would win, Edgeworth or the Catherine lady that yelled Edge a lot? I would have to imagine the Edger would win, but I don't think she really had a character, like a physical character. Oh, I don't know. Gamble all because I'm bored? Yo, look at you. Good gambling. Increase fever by 4. I feel like I have a lot of stuff that stops the fever, but the fever's quite nice. I guess it's not nice if you're not winning. 32. We're so back. We're so back. Oh, 24. I guess I did not do my math right. It's already 4 o'clock. I gotta go grocery shopping today. Convert 1 candy into 3 fish up to 2 times. Add a fish. 2 if any bugs. Wait, I have bugs. This is awesome. Yippee! The song is quite cute. I wish it was a little more of a banger. But other than that, I think this game is perfect. Add a fish and 3 armor. I think I'd rather do that. Is that enough? Yo! Get destroyed, kiddo. 6 coins. Yummy. Move for random hearts. I think catching fish is better. I was dunking on kids again. As per usual. Just a day in the life of X Cinnamon Fox X. Yo, they have the SpongeBob candy. Both players gain 1 extra candy at the start of a card battle. Remove 1 candy from both players at the start of a card battle. You gain 3 cards for every 3 cards. Sorry, 3 stars for every 3 cards you draw. Not my very most favorite options. But I think just free star generation is good. Burger candy was a thing long before SpongeBob even existed? Oh. Really? I haven't seen any burger candy that wasn't a Krabby Patty. Well, I guess one time I went to like the World Market and they had like Japanese burger candy, but it wasn't gummy like the SpongeBob ones are. They're like little chocolate cracker type stuffs. My goodness, split all candy evenly between players and gain 1. This is the only card in your hands. Reduce by 3. Add extra 2 tokens when any other token is added, then remove all hats. Okay. I like the whale. I like the snake, but I don't think I have enough bugs. That's solid. I like the otter. Fish. Looks like the burger candy predates SpongeBob by an entire decade? Oh. Did they just rebrand to be SpongeBob? Or is it like a separate thing? I don't know. I've never seen a gummy burger that wasn't SpongeBob. I think this one's probably better because it like guarantees stars, whereas the whale is just like, if you catch your fish, you'll get it. We'll do this one. Probably just the licensed packaging. That's fun. I think more I think more candy should have licensed packaging. Which toy should I try to catch? Time to try your luck. Pay for a chance to grab something you want to get. But be careful, sometimes the thing you want to get will slip off from the claws. You can always try again by inserting more coins into the machine though. Okay. Gain 2 extra candy at the start of a card battle. Increase fever by 3 when you gain fave. Sort your job pile by candy cost so that the highest cost cards are at the bottom of the pile. Remove up to 1 token at the start of your turn. Remove my own tokens? Gain stars equal to candy costs when you play cards around 8 or after. I want one of these two. I'll try for whatever this is. Hello? Oh. This feels like a bit of a scam. I don't think I want it that bad. I think I want to spend all my money. Get me out of here. Okay. This card... Oops. We want more catching fish. Probably catch fish after this procs. Oh wait. Oh no, that's fine. I think the shrimp with the fishing pole is good. I want him to be fishing though. You gotta be appropriate size for a little guy like him. Hi Seth, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't want him to be touching the hook though, because I don't want it to like he's getting fished up. I just want him to be fishing. I don't know how to convey that. Maybe if we flip it. Oh my goodness, that's so good. And then, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know ball. Oh, it's time for me to skedaddle for a while. I probably won't be back before the end, so take this hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I did not even hydrate the other 5 times. I was waiting... I was waiting to see if... Because he wanted me to do a big one or a bunch of little ones. So I guess I'll just, like, chug for a bit. Ugh. Yummy. I sent up that's so cute. What a cute nickname. I don't know any foods that start with Seth, otherwise I'd give you one too. I was for sure eating burger gummies BS before sponge. Don't say BS before sponge. That's so awesome. Are you my enemy or am I thinking of someone else? It was me, I'm sorry about the wedding dress. Ooh, I forgot about that. Yikes. Seth is crushing all of our hopes and our dreams. Ugh. I wish this didn't cost 3. Guess you don't need this little... What is this? Is this a cookie? Like a jam cookie? I don't think I've seen anything like that before. Okay, I don't really care for this dinosaur or this hat. You can wear that in the corner. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking the truth. this is good. Maybe not on that particular card. I like an otter with sunglasses. Oh, I guess he should probably be centered first, huh? I appreciate how much adjusting you can do in this game. Yippee! Okay. This one's all done. That one's good. Maybe this one could have the kelp. It was an accident? Okay, I believe you. I don't know about Awa though. Okay, the gummy worm could be like in the kelp. I think everything else is fine. No! Where forgives none, see? Oh, I didn't know they were so unforgiving like that. I'll have to remember that for later. Make this rock bigger. Get it! Okay, looks good. I don't necessarily care about shields, but adding a fish is pretty good. I do have a lot of fish generations, so maybe this is fine. You said you were over it? Oh my goodness, the drama is going crazy. Doesn't mean we aren't enemies anymore? What? You're like, I'm over it, but I still hate you. Should I? Is this a good card? I feel like gaining 10 stars for 2 candy is a good deal, but I don't know if I should use my echo on something else. I guess I don't know what else I would put it on. I guess this. I do quite like this pirate hook. Alright, all done. I swear this is my nutshell. Oh, my. You're going through it, huh? Oh my goodness. Wait, I like booster pack, but I sure do not have enough money for that. Ooh, I don't want to do another claw machine though. We'll go here. Some forgive and forget. Others forgive but remember. How would no member but Enki? Oh my goodness. I think I'm in the first camp. I think I forgive and forget, but not because I'm just so generous and patient, but it's just because I be forgetting things. Wow, this is crazy and also not fair. Get these stars out of here, bro. Put your water gun down. Ugh. Candy. Okay. I'll steal some of that. And then add some fishes. And then catch, perhaps? I don't know how many I caught. I think it was 2. Good enough for me. You can tease Fuss so long as the last thing she hears is praise. That's all she'll remember. Bro, you can't say that. That's real though. There's a quote that I read, like on the wall of a classroom one time. Well, you know how teachers will always have some inspirational BS on their walls? Well, one time I read one that really stuck with me. It was like, people won't remember like what you say, for what they do all the time, but they'll remember how like you made them feel. And I think that really resonates with me. Like there's some people that like I know are like maybe kind of bullies or like not the best people, and it's like shoot, I can't think of any specific example of like what they did wrong, but I just know I felt kind of weird talking to them. But I think the same is true with praise. Be like, oh my goodness, I love that guy. Card, please. Convert 1 bug into 1 star up to 4 times. Oh my goodness, and I have 5 bugs. This is so nice. Wonderful. Wow, look at all these fish. I'm so good at gambling. Oh, I guess they're tied. Oh well. Next turn, surely. How are you discarding so many cards? Ugh. I also low-key forgot how to fill up this meter. In 3 stars for every 3 cards you draw? I guess I should draw a card then, huh? Slurp. Convert 6 fish into 6 stars, increase fever by 4. Okay. Wow. Wonderful. It could be going better. But at least she's discarding like all her cards. So in theory, I should outscale her. I think. Candy, please. Convert 1 candy into 3 fish up to 2 times. I don't want that. Just take stars. Wow. Slur? No way she's still winning after that. That's crazy. Wow. Reading the sexiest part of the stream title is so funny. New card game. Sexy. Oh, I didn't think about that. This is the least sexy card game I've ever played. Yeah, what's the most sexy card game? Would it be Magic? I know there's a lot of pretty Magic girls. But I guess a lot of people... I don't know. I see a lot of stuff about the Dark Magician in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. I don't think it would ever be Hearthstone or Lorcana. Strip poker? Oh. I was thinking like the card art, but I guess that works too. It's pretty sexy. Oh my god, I missed them. Where are they? Oh, I can't look at it. Oh my goodness. I'll have to evaluate. Wowee. Oh wait, it's in my hand. Sorry, my bad. I can't play it. Wow. Look at that little guy. Stuff? What stuff? What? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what I said about stuff. Like, you always think of these things? Oh, does Tim always think of these things? I didn't know. What if I just, like, keep all my cards? Slurp. Undraw gain 4. That's so crazy. She didn't even have to pay for that. I don't know what these things are supposed to mean. I don't know. I get the impression that you're Very closetedly sussy as hell. Okay, check this out. Look at my worm! Canon event. Phosphivore. Bro! Listen. Stuff is just such a vague word. But I don't really know what I was talking about. And that's not my fault. Man. Sorry. Missed you though. It will happen again. Please don't overtake me. Ah, yippee! Slay! Yippee! Okay. 6 stars, please. 3 times 2. Do I win? Oh. I think if I go crazy sicko mode, I can win next turn. How do you know what turn it is? Oh, this is round 9. I see. Card. Oh, was that all my fish? My bad. It's okay. They'll make more. I need a whale. Did I already play my whale? I don't remember seeing him. Check this out! Oh. Listen, it was close. It was close. Fabulous. Oh, another worm. Whale! Yippee! And then... And then... fish. Wow, look at all these stars. I'm such a good late game little guy. Yui! We scale, we scale! Man, all that for 6 coins, huh? Sigh. Convert 1 bug into 1 card up to 2 times. I think this shrimp is nicer for me. Yummy! Fancy hat pack? Fancy hat pack? Mixed mishmash pack. Guaranteed special sticker? I don't even know if I need stickers. Maybe I do. I need candy stickers. Your channel please have been funded because a TTS message contains spam. I'm so sorry. I didn't know TTS had a spam filter. Oh man, I wanted to scream. I'm sorry. You've been silenced. Is this worth spending 4 gold on? Can I look at the map? Oh, is this the map? Am I going to 2 shops after this? I think I'm gonna save my money. No thanks. No candy. No candy. Get it out of here. Is candy real? Oh, I haven't seen this before. Add 1 cat. Cancels opponent's next played card. That's so nice. Free bug. Okay. Okay, I'll take a free bug. I like the idea of countering, but I don't think it's worth it for me. I'm broke. Oh, thank you for that. Pika Bee! There you go. There you go, just for you. Hehe, silly guy. Okay, just 3 umbrella. And 2 stars to increase this effect by 1 up to 4. Actually not crazy good. You can put a bug and a shrimp maybe. I guess that the shrimp is adding bugs. Maybe I should get something that converts the bugs into something. Maybe perhaps syrup. It's really a shrimp blizzard. I guess a dog could convert the bugs into something. I already have a dog. This will do. Done. Love the pikas? Oh, I thank you. Oh, I thank you. Simply amazing. Shrimply cinema. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I can outscale this girl. I think it's just so cute that you have a little honeycomb box. What's it? Oh, I never thought to give it a name. I just really like honeycombs. My emotional support honeycombs. Simply the best. Shrimp me, I'm scared. I don't have anything to get rid of her tokens this time. So hopefully fish scale better than flowers. Oni home? Is that your name suggestion? I feel like Coney is the goofiest name I've ever heard in my whole life. Okay, I think everything will be alright. I got 9 fishes already, so that's something. What the hell? Okay, what do you have? Gain 2 stars when you lose favor. Increase favor by 1 at the start of your turn. That's not so bad. Although, that's gonna be a little unluckers. Oh, choose card arcane. My bad, my bad. Sorry. Wait, Connie is a really cute name. I like the name Connie. Thank you for the stretch. Healy. Okay, let's convert the bugs. The stars. And then steal her stars. And we'll do the shrimp next turn. Were Constance in formal settings? Is Constance like the full legal government name? Let me write that down. Little homie Comb? Comb. Wait. Wait, I didn't know you can click on them. Oh. Are you guys hearing this? They're squeaky. It's so cute. This game is so awesome. big shout out to the person who gifted me this game. We lost her. She found the stem noises. Oh, don't clock me like that. I'm sorry. It's just so peak. It reminds me of those ones from Backyardigans. Aged myself there. That's so funny. I know I've seen the Backyardigans before, but I don't really remember the worms. Who is your favorite Backyardigan? I liked the little moose guy. I forgot his name. It might have been Austin. Darren! Darren, listen to this. Wait, hold on. Don't listen to that. Hold on. One second. She's taking your turn. Okay, are you listening? Oh my goodness, get out of here. So cute. This is so awesome. Tyrone. Austin was the kangaroo. Wow, good memory. I feel like I don't remember a lot of stuff about like the shows I watched when I was little. Oh, we're only one away. That's so sad. It's fine. Animal Crossing core. This is cute. It's so cute. Yeah, I don't know who the sound director for like Animal Crossing was, but they did so good. Like the sound of like your Animal Crossing character like crunching the snow, like walking on the snow, is so good. Or like when you're walking on the paths versus the grass. Ugh, it's so peak. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. Remove 4 stars from the opponent. But she only has 3. I don't know if I should catch fish or not. I feel like I should wait for them to get bigger. I'll wait. Wait, why did I get sad? I guess because I lost my fave. There's one tile floor for your house that sounds so nice to walk on. Ugh. It's so nice. Oops. I did not mean to choose candy. I probably would have done it anyway though. Okay, now we can move forward from the opponent. Give me that. And then we use our little space macaw to go crazy. I hope. No, getting to 180 might be a bit tough. But I think we scale. Okay, well, she scales too, I guess. Ugh. My goodness. What a good hairstyle, though. I'm not the biggest fan of how harsh these lines are. Like, if I had her hair, I would maybe feather it a little bit. But I really like pink braids with, like, blonde on the top. It's so pleasing. We scale, no FF. I would never FF. The only times I ever like surrender, at least in League of Legends, is if like I'm playing with someone and they tell me that they want to surrender. Otherwise, I really like holding everyone hostage. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. That's kind of bad manners. She's winning by a little bit, so I guess we should fish. Why do I have so many bugs? Is there something giving me bugs? Is that just leftover from the shrimps? Dang, I was gonna quote it, but she said don't tell anyone. Oh. Well, I mean, you can tell people if you want. You get a pass. You get a pass because you're cool. Man, Stop growing flowers. They hurt. Create 1 fish to 1. Kelp up to 5 times. Thank you. Thank you for the big emote. Slurp. I could convert 6 fish into 6 stars, but then I wouldn't have any fish anymore. I guess he just ended the turn. Fever times 2. Oh yeah, look at this scaling. What anyway? Man. Blair, you're not very nice to me. You know that? I feel like you've been extra... What's the word? Like mischievous lately. Oh my goodness, Fralaga. Yoink. Give me that. And I guess... Oh, I do not have enough candy. It's okay. Next turn I'll convert another bug into stars. Perhaps. Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. They have 1 flower, then gain 1 star for each flower. Oh, good. 12 is so many. Oh well. Candy, please. Imagine being in the recording studio recording this noise. Convert some bugs. Thanks, dog. And then add some more. And then go fishing. I fear I've been an influence on Awa. Sigh. We're cooked. Influence myself. We're even more cooked. Yeah, okay. That's cool and all, but check this shit out. Yeah. Oh, we can double our fish. It'd be nice if I had 10 though. Oh, I forgot that increases fever. That's good. I like fever. If you can get fever to 4, then we'll win even faster. Oh, sudden showdown in 3 rounds. And the haters are real. I'm a late game kind of champ. Oog. Okay. The flowers aren't real, they can't hurt us. Oh, this is so good, but I don't have enough candy. At the start of your turn, add 1 bug if a new bug. Add 2 fish if any fish. I think that's nice. I think that should scale good. Blah blah blah. Oh wait. That's not blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Grawar. Blah blah blah. Grawar. Is that like burger? If you translated burger into like a little goofy language? What is that? awesome. Oh my goodness, thank you. Okay, and then catch fish. Surely we catch more than 5. Ah! Not more than 5. Oh. Wait, I don't want to lose a star. Is what's up. It's the little fish noise? Oh! I guess I don't know how I would type that out. I think you did a good job. I'm so cooked. Candy, please. That one gummy worm. I would like a gummy worm, but I need some stars for real. I'll take all her stars. Chilly, it's chill. Wonderful. Yoink. Oh my god, Fever 4! Surely we win. Look, we got the 4 Fever neon cat thing. Meow, 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 meow. I don't really understand the rules of Sun and Showdown, but I think everything is fine. How many fishes I have? I want to hear all 12 of them say at the same time. Shaolin Showdown. I don't know who that is. An awesome name. Z names go crazy. I win! I didn't even get to the end. I guess they said you're taking too long. Here's your W, queen. I kind of want an ice cream after this kind of match. Oh my goodness, a banana split would go crazy. Oh, this one, please. Got a booster pack. I love that show. It's a 2000 Nickelodeon martial arts cartoon. Is it Cartoon Network? Oh, I never saw that one. Shark sticker. For exactly 20 fish and 40 stars. That's so good. Okay, armor thingy. Another armor thingy. Oh, I forgot you can sell at the shops, can't you? Okay, give me this. This is only gonna be usable in the late game. I don't know what to do with it otherwise. Hold on. It was like Warner Brothers or something? Was there a station that was just Warner Brothers? Cinnamon, you just reminded me of Dairy Queen open near me. Look at a banana split in 50-degree weather. Yo! Oh my goodness. Tell me how it is. I haven't had banana split in so long. Scream cream. Never too cold for ice cream. There used to be like a snow cone place where I used to live, and it was they'd have a discount if it was cold. It's like, oh, if it's 40 degrees or less, then all snow cones are like 70% off. And I thought that was really fun. Oh, wise wizard, tell me your secrets. I cast Fireball. Wow, sounds good to me. That's a mog on her. Oh, Kyrie, your fox points. That's so sad for you. What is that? Quest. Have odd number of candy, gain 2 stars, and add a diamond. Sheesh. I cast Doom? What does Doom do? Oh, I don't want to catch the fish yet. Gamble all. Oh. You've been cut off. You've been cut off. What will you do now? Doom? Keeping that in Hearthstone terms. Wow. She's got a lot of quests, huh? I like the hamster. Duel? Oh, I guess the duel is set on 500. It said you cannot do 5,000. Kind of messed up. I think you should be able to duel for 1,000,000 points if you want to. Sigh. It's just so rough out here. Man, I don't really need 2 otters in my hands. Blah, 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 blah. Wonderful. Yoink. Yummy. To be honest, I thought the round would be over after the flower girl. It was last time. I need to get groceries soon. Card. Yummy. Oh, I'm gonna get mogged on a little bit, but it's okay. It's okay. We're like still setting up in the planning phase. This guy. Fabulous. Okay. How cute. I need candy, but I want different cards for you. For 1 bug into star up to 4 times. I guess I should wait till I have more bugs then. Let's do this. Fabulous. Wow. Oh my goodness. Please do. Oh, gain 1 star at the end of your turn. Oh. Wow. I guess that's pretty good scaling, huh? Candy, please. I want to do this, but I don't want to increase the fever and then she gets 26. That's cooked. Guys, I might not be scaling as much as I thought I would be. I need these tokens to get out of here. What is this? Draw a card. I guess she is a boss of sorts. I want to catch if there's only 8. But I gotta do something. A where did not arrive to the duel? Oh man. You're just you're just waiting like out front of the saloon at high noon. There's nothing there. Guys, this is so cooked. Youch! Youch! Except, it might have been longer than 2 minutes. You might have to rematch. You know how long it takes to prep a flintlock pistol in the rain? I can't say that I do. Actually. I really could not tell you how that goes. Yo, where's my whale at? My whale's so bad. 30 is crazy and it's gonna be 60. Blech. See, this would be a good time to have a dragon, huh? Except Tamo Banter won the duel. Sheesh. Going crazy. Oh my goodness. Um, oh, I don't have 20. That would be so nice though. Well, if I can hold on, then I might be able to next turn discard. Okay, I should saw it as at the bottom of this. Okay, get rid of the gunworm. Perhaps. I threw the pistol. Fucked. Youch. It hurts so bad. Oh, and it's her turn. Oh, man, I lost. Aw, man. Candy. Oh. Fabulous. Not quite enough, though. Aw, me. It's so over. We're so cooked. Sigh. You lose. Critical success. Now, how do I want to do this? I like the diamonds mechanic deck that she had. I think that's quite fun. But it's okay. I did my best. Check this out. Pretty cute stickers, huh? And me right now. Little foot on display. So cute. Man, this game is so cute that it doesn't even feel bad when you lose. Yippee! I wonder what will change about the game after it's not in early access. It feels like a pretty solid game to me. Okay. Okay. GG's, GG's. GG's, GG's. GG's. GG's, I gotta go to the store and get a pear and some milk. You should all be really proud of me. I haven't had milk in like a whole week. It's pretty pretty chaste of me if I do say so myself. You did pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. I'll do even better next time. Don't even worry. Why are there fried eggs everywhere? Do you like them? Do you like my fried eggs in the sand? Retail shrimp drew it, and I think it's kind of awesome. Slaying. GG easy tutorial. I'm gonna milk up after this. That's so real and awesome. My goodness, speaking of shrimp, they're live. They're live. There's other cool people live too. Man, I hate when there's like 4 people that I really like that are all live. I don't know who to write into. We can do shrimp though. I think the other people I rated semi recently. But yeah, I'm off to the grocery store. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Get multiple pairs. Maybe that's the move, huh? Goodbye. Goodbye. Um, um, the raid message can be milk raid if you want, if that's cool. Milk raid. Don't say bye, Dad. That's so cooked. Goodbye. Goodbye, sweetheart. Do dads call sons sweetheart? I don't know. I think I would if I was a dad. Milk grade. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow with Zora. We're playing Don't Starve together. I haven't played that game in months, so I think I'll be an expert. But yeah, goodbye everyone. Make sure you drink lots of water and eat plenty of protein today and get enough sleep. And I'll see you later. Um, yeah.